Sure, that still worked. One, two, three, four, five. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You. Yeah. Ah. Huh. Ah. 10, 10, 10, 10, 10. Hopefully that's enough. I think that's enough. Fuck, that's not enough. Why do I keep losing? I can probably do one more round. Okay. Okay, so get rid of this bottom part. It's like, some of these would be, actually no, I just need 300, so that would be, no, I need 450, shoot, I'm dumb. For the free. For the free. And take a risk. Okay, where's my cousin? Jeez. Oh, that's how I do it. Okay. Okay.
How may I be of service to you?
Yeah. Okay, I thought it'd be like click a puddle on the floor, but it's not click a puddle. Okay. And then install. And while I do that, I made this book for my 21st party, and I might as well play this while I'm at it. For not my 18th, and I did a thing about like props. But like one of the things that I'm doing, one of the things I did was made a bunch of props for the movie, for like movies that existed. And one of the ones that exist is this one. I'm not going to say what this is meant to be, because I want to see if anyone here is obviously in order 4, because I was meant to be item number 4. I'm going to see if you know who it is. I've also got a couple others, and I might use them for like first ones, because that'd be fun. It's like, I'm going to die alone. This baby is all yours. Baby, you talk to me like a man sometimes. Hey, it's one of my charm points. Language learning model needs a library of language to learn from, and public domain is the biggest no charge library a girl could ask for, even if all the books are 70 years old and out of date. Suni. I could change how I talk if you like. You do that? Of course. I'll change anything about myself for you.
So yeah, double. And I'll get into that. Also, sorry about the buzzing. There's a fly. So yeah, I've got double because I forgot some things about book one. So let's go back to book one. The other thing which I forgot is 2 other stories. Actually, I might talk about that later because that's spoilers. Yeah, it's still spoilers. Sort of for the first one, but I'm gonna keep it in there. So I like the second one. The art is still good and it still does get really interesting as you continue. It is fun in that sort of way and really interesting about the story. Overall, it is something worth watching, but obviously the important part of the story and the part that I prefer to say are the spoilers. So I just want to say a couple of things. I did say correctly, I wasn't 100% sure if it was in the first book or the second book, but this part, or at least this amount of the book, is dedicated to sort of the backstory, but the other 2 parts are the part connecting them with this person who's selling this food, who is like, oh, the hospital, which is in the anime, which with certain detail is really interesting in the book, and how they depict the certain scenes, but is really good. Because obviously, fully I respect animators, but with drawing, you have more restrictions because you don't have movement. So how you pose is, I think, interesting when you do stuff like this. Obviously, I'm not going to say animation isn't worth anything. It is still a lot. You also have the story with the person from the upper crust and the person from the lower crust, and it's like really interesting in that way, obviously. But the more fun one is this one, because as you can see, this is Sherlock. And it's also the whole thing that I mentioned in even the back book, which is essentially, it's sort of like slowly introducing Sherlock. Because when I originally watched it, I thought, oh no, we're not going to introduce Sherlock. It was the Moriarty thing. I was like, no, this Sherlock is still here. And I like how they introduce him with doing a traditional sort of mystery, by having Sherlock in the background, having Moriarty have one of his plans, and then Sherlock's just there, and then having a little story. But I love how it'll just be like, and here's what Sherlock's doing. It also introduces Dr. Watson. They do the sort of like plan that Moriarty usually has, and with that they introduce Sherlock. And then the next thing is a small little adventure with Sherlock where they introduce Dr. Watson, which I do think is a clever way how they sort of like move into that. So yeah, this is really fun, and again, it is better that I can be like, yeah, I can look at this, and this looks really cool, and like I can hold it up and move it. Yeah, I don't do the same thing for the DVDs because quite frankly, I don't care. But also allows me to just hold it and be like, books. But yeah, back to Marvel stuff. This is the last one that I kind of fully watched. Or more like, you get what I mean when I get into it, but yeah. More Marvel. So yeah, I hope you enjoy, and good night.
Okay. Jesus. Pretentious douche. She's a tavern, so I'm going to Moe's. That's the most stupid thing ever. Every extra dollar, every extra dollar of interest for 5 you. Okay. Okay. I don't. I was trying to be like, let's not go to Mars. I don't think that's feasible, or possible, or anything in between. Plus, arrest. Just you wait, just you wait. My name is da 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 da. Okay. Do that there. Okay. Says a man who went into space. I love that Homer has been like, I'm just the everyday person. It's like, you have been to space. Okay, I thought it'd be like a puddle on the floor, but it's not like a puddle. Okay, the puddle side. Okay.
Yard, how may I be of service to you?
That's good enough. Okay, so I'm gonna do a zombie and then. But yeah. I'm gonna keep the same I'm gonna like do a review on this jacket and then make a play game for this jacket. But on the review days on like Saturdays, Sundays where I've got none, I might most likely just wear a random jacket. Or most likely this, because this is a comfortable jacket. Why are you chucking Microsoft? Is that so? Okay, I can work that out. So, what do you know about her? Well, I know she's generous. Isn't that sweet? But interested in what kind of gift you like. Something, whatever, something useful, something reliable, something useful, like a watch. I think it's only discouraged you if I answer that right. So for the time being, let's focus on day-to-day responsibilities.
More Marvel Netflix, even though it's not Marvel Netflix because technically it's not on Netflix, it's on Disney Plus. Who cares? So yeah. One thing I need to add is I found this. It was in the box below my chairs. I'm sometimes a dumbass. Anyway, let's get back to this. So I'm going to add that eventually. There's other stuff I'm doing first. So that's not going to be a priority. But, yeah. But anyway, just a good job. Season 2. I like this. I'm going to be honest. I do prefer Season 1. Simply because, one, I'm a Doctor Who fan and I like David Tennant. Sue me. And two, even though I like, and I fully do like the idea of why the villain and why, I like the ones that are manipulative against, like, it's just this. And do I like the other characters who are more stronger in, like, Daredevil and this? Yes. Besides the point. I sometimes have contradiction in appearance, but the one thing I do agree is, even though I prefer the other ones, besides Kilgrave, out of all of Marvel Netflix I've come to see, this one I think has the best villain, which is her mum. Because at one hand, you do have that complexity of it's your parents, and the other hand, she is not doing great. And I like at first that she's willing to be like, go to jail, do this, do that. And at some point it's like, no, we're just going to run away. And I like at the end, it's that sort of thing of, it's revealed of what's happened and it's really interesting and really dark. And the fact that, because Jessica Jones and, again, bad name, sorry, the person who he was working with split is interesting. What's going to happen? There's a third series. Hopefully he's still alive, because Jessica Jones is coming back to a Disney Plus show that isn't sort of Netflix, and I want that. So yeah, it is exciting. But it is one of the things that I do like this. I do like the learning about what's really going on and learning that there were others. Definitely when you realise you've got this person who has these speed powers, it's like, wait again, you are telling the truth. It's like, what? It's fun. So yeah, I do find this fun, but I don't really have much to say. It's fun, it's cool, go watch it. And now, yeah, we're gonna have another short one. There's a couple of these.
I actually paused it, but then went to the different fall, which is annoying because it doesn't actually help me for what I need. Ah. That's because Burns is as manipulative as this guy who's sending you his book. Oh, that's so dark. Mad people who... Oh, you... you must play Five Guys. Ah, I forgot that rule. Hopefully this works. The birthdays of the Beatles. Jeez. I think Liverpool would have a word against that. Okay, I'm gonna save that. Earn an extra $1 interest for every $5 you have at the end. Okay, so I'm actually going to put these on because I can do 2 shots. And if I do 2 shots, there's a statistically more likely chance that it will be because it could be bullet, blank bullet, or blank, oh, bullet, blank bullet, bullet blank. And yeah, definitely there's a reason why they don't do Indians. They don't do cowboy films anymore. A lot of cowboy films are like seems kind of problematic. 3. Freeform. You're the one that's probably going to go to heaven. I like that they joke that, and even I'm joking that based on an episode that actually did joke that. Marge is going to go to heaven. Marge is a good person, right? So why does Marge like, oh, you're the one that's going to go to heaven? You are also a decent person. You know that, right? They don't. I'll just be like, no, I don't need anything, so. Okay. Don't do that! That's gloss! Gloss of your tongue will hurt you. And that's what most people would say, because that's what gloss does. It's not something you should put on your tongue. Here comes the mob, here comes the mob, there's a mob, and here's a mob, and there is a mob. Okay. Just then you can go thinking of right of your model, of course. Not yourself, no. Unit shifting, parts fully paid off. They won't even let you fiddle with the HUD, but I could do it for you. Is that expensive? You know me so well. But accidentally, what do you say? Why not? Aces. So I can do some tweaks. Ah! This doesn't seem good. Everything's glitching. Everything's glitching. And pull that. There you go. You feel a little energized? The lines of the bar seem thicker.
So yeah, this. It's fun, it's interesting, and it exists. It is one of the things that I found. Again, I have these, I want to watch it. And again, learning about it is just fun. Because again, I just like learning stuff in general. Again, as slowly as I go through it, I'm like, I have less to tell you because I don't really have anything to tell you. So yeah, it's one of those things, it's just like, it exists, it's here, it's fun, watch it. If you find it, I don't know how easy or hard it is to find, but yeah, it does exist. Go watch it. If you don't want to watch it, you don't need to. But yeah. Yeah. I talked about this more yesterday, but I hadn't seen the Patreon. But yeah. Gosh. Rogue Nation next. So yeah.
It was 1 hour. What do you think I'm gonna learn? The meaning of the universe? Or that you're a manipulative person? Because like he was like, oh yeah, I've got this watch where it has these gems, and I'm like, who cares? Does your watch work? No. Then it doesn't do the point of a watch. Should ride belt and shoes. How is that something to celebrate? It's like, that's the worst thing to get as a reward. All of you are overweight. Okay, I'm gonna actually discard. And now it's over. For this round. So this is just one. So this is my second. This is why this is sometimes gets a bit longer, which I don't overall mind. Two and 2-2. For someone who complains about money, how come you're like, yep, let's go to Brazil, we're gonna drop off. We're going to so many different places, like, you're not a normal family. You're a family that goes all around the world and expects that to be the norm.
Jar, me bird likes you, so I'll do ye a favor.
Let's go to 60. That would be more useful. I kind of forgot that Maggie's below 8, because I think Maggie, for the most part is like below even 1. But I would say I thought Grandpa would be above 80. darling. It's a pet name. I could use something else if you would prefer. Yes, call me master and say that I am your king. No. Is there an option of just call me by my name? Because I don't like any of these. I'll just carry on. I like it too, darling. You're already ready for bed. Are you looking for a pickup? Sleep great, for everyone needs a little mental care every day. And I have noticed you're not interested in the zero booth set on the floor. You assume that the bathrooms on the first day, but
I have a mission. Let's leave because I am not getting involved. So yeah, we have another one of these. And again, this is the last one that Jeremy Renner is part of, because 6, he's not. I don't know if he's dead. Like the character, not Jeremy Renner's dead. Jeremy Renner. Sorry to the amazing actor for mispronouncing your name. He's still alive. But the actor didn't come back for, I think, very logical reason. I think something like a bit of injury that he has obtained, a bit of I think family reasons, and all of them good enough. But he's not in it after this one, which is sad because I love this character. But I get it. Sometimes you have other priorities. You do that instead. Sometimes you have a family. Shocker. Sometimes they take priorities. But I do like all of this. It does feel like through the last I think 3 through Ghost Protocol, there's more of the big staffs with secret tricks involved, which I always saw with the series, but I still do love this. I do think this is really good. The one thing I do like is that of how it ended and began, which is sort of it began with being center. I would like to ask, and yes, I know at the current moment, and I would like to point this out because I am going to talk about this and how it's represented. The Constitution of America has been ripped up to absolute shreds, but I can't talk too much about it. I am neither a lawyer, legal person, ever been worked in politics, or American. The last one's not really important, but I'm not part of their rules and laws, so I can't comment on any of them. In my opinion, I do agree. I think Legal Eagle put it best. I agree with what he says. That seems like what should happen, and it's not. So, but besides that, I like the beginning of the film starts off, hence why I mentioned the legal thing, a sentence of Senate, I believe this organization is and sort of talk about disbanding it, and then you have sort of Jeremy's Renner's character, which goes, well, it works in this situation and this situation. And I love the thing where it's we cannot discuss further mission until the Secretary of Defense have approved, which is obvious because in the last film, he died. It's not spoiling for that film and this film, but it is important that he's dead. I don't think I mentioned that in that one. He just dies. I like him doing the secret stuff in the last one. But he, besides that one scene and then setting up the premise, he doesn't really have anything else. But I do like the overall, anyway, but at the end of the film, it goes into being so that's why we had to disband the organization, put it with the CIA, and then bring them back up, and I would like to reinstate them because of the organization I myself said was insane. Really? I just love that for the idea of well, it works. It works. And this part that is about convincing him the other way, which is also a fun idea. So yeah. Yeah, this is fun. It's a really cool watch. There's not much else to say, but yeah, go watch it. It's cool. It's amazing. It has fun characters. And now next. Hey. Wait, what is it? Get it. But yeah, I hope you enjoy it and good night.
How many times did it take you from finding out now? If someone says hello, it's like that being like, and that's like being like, it's like, well, I need to find someone to do this job. Well, you have a bad cough, but I'm looking for someone to do this job. It's like that's me heading at me being like, it could be me. Okay. So most likely he's dead. Jesus. Oh, okay, three of a kind. I don't think that would be enough, but if that's the case, that is also somewhat good. Wait. No. But that's besides the point. It's been over an hour, so. Ooh. All face. Okay. Okay. Uh, so I hope you enjoy, and yeah. I know technically these names aren't demons. Okay. Someone. Step one. You use these techniques to pickpocket someone. It's like, what? I don't know what I'm meant to be doing. I think I watched this originally. I'm like, I don't know what they originally. That was the mini boss. Woo! Another clip. Welcome to the future. There's a clip. But so yeah, there was a clip there. Oh, I think I've got time for another one. What's the other one, dude? Clutch. Oh, you clearly can't make your own clothes. It is confidential is one of my tenants. Cause it's pretty private for someone like me. My colors. But if you insist, sit in computer program, maybe too useless. Of course not. Tenants, codes, that program priorities such as learning, they engage growth, they prioritize, not in spite of them. It's like buying a shrub. I can grow tall enough, trim it, have a shrub, and head for its video watched in high school. Jeez.
And then now into a series I might not talk as much, but let's do as much as I can. So with me kind of switching things up and vibing with things, being like, oh, I'll start this, do that, fly, then I look straight into light. That's how. I watched this, and besides being a pretty good mystery, it's fine. I don't mean that as a bad thing. It's a pretty good watch. It's just not for me. It's one of those things. It's the same with Paddington. Paddington, I will fully admit, is good. I like it. Not for me. I don't like it. This is kind of a little bit different. I like it. I like it. It's one of the things where I was like, did you watch Glasgow? Yeah, I watched it. It's like, what do you think? Yeah, I liked it. It's like, what do you mean you liked it? It's like, yeah, it was good. I liked it. It was a fun watch. It's like, and no, that's it. Which is like makes this review. But that's really it. The one thing I do like is how this mystery is one of those mysteries where it's like, and this mystery includes something in the past. I also like that one of the main focus is on someone who was part of the old situation. And I also like the fact that there's certain mystery. There's a thing with a oil thing being shut down and a couple of people doing things, which is interesting. But it's really fun. But again, I like it. It's fun. Go watch it. I'm not denying it is a good watch, but it's not something that I would actively look for. It's just I want to watch more different things, and sometimes that just turns out into. So yeah, this is an interesting mystery. It is definitely a good mystery, in my opinion. But again, not really much to talk about. So from mystery, I'm less interested into Dr. Sherlock Holmes mystery. Yeah, I watch way too much anime, and I fully admit that. But yeah, this. Let's go.
The other thing which I actually might do, because I was planning to do this originally, but I've changed my mind after, me stopping to make TikToks a big thing on my thing. One of the people who I used to work with, National Gen, also do check out our channel, definitely do that. But National Gen was like, oh, National Waffle Day. Here's a question. What would you say would be your favorite best thing to put on a waffle? I know what my best thing to put on pancakes would either be Nutella or maple and pancakes. But waffles is just Nutella. Is there anything better? Also, I might try waffles with maple and pancakes. What's everyone else's favorite thing to put on waffles and pancakes? I'm just trying to keep this under a minute so I can be like, here's all the things. But yeah, what would, in your opinion, what would that be? With like waffles and pancakes, like what would you put on it? Okay, is this working? Hello? Okay, now I actually need to do this. Ah, shoot, quit. Okay. So what level is it on? Yeah, just put it on 38. 38 seems good. Okay, it's good.
sleeping room?
No! I thought I had it under control. Fuck. Try and stop us, Jesus. Oh. Oh no, I will never. They're wearing Speedos. I will never wear that to save my life. Okay. Okay. Okay, I want to try this one more time for some stupid reason. I just love the idea where I was like, I would rather experience that. Yeah, it's dark. I've clearly lost. I can't. Yeah, I've lost. I can't actually do anything. Yeah, I don't know what I could do. That is concerning. Others to see it from down there, but it's crystal clear to me. I am always watching you. I'm always seeing you. You huff and hustle and struggle, and I feel uncomfortable. It's a little painful seeing you have to work so hard, but it makes me so proud too. What do you want? What did you want when you were a kid? Rich, beautiful, or strong? Right. I would be kind. Huh. Okay. Rich enough to buy anything I want. Rich enough to buy. Enough to never have to worry. Yeah, rich enough to never have to worry.
So it appears to be because of how you walk, we're clearly watching an anime. Oh no, I don't have a medical advice, I'm not a doctor. But yeah, that and plus, also that's the sort of thing where it's like, if you read, this is sort of like how the sort of like main character does the detective work, is sort of like Sherlock-y, which is fun because one, I don't know if it's exactly or if it's a similar vibe, which if that's the case, it doesn't matter. But Sherlock was like the person who Arthur Conan Doyle. I think there's a thing that people have said, including if you read like History in 60 Seconds, where they say like, oh, but like he had a doctor who trained him, and he did the same thing that Sherlock did as a doctor, and he was like, oh, but what happens if he was a detective? That's not important. This is fun. Because of the mysteries, it's sort of like you get a mystery each time. And with most of them, I don't have much to say besides they're awesome. The only two I like is one in the middle of it and the end one. It is still going to legitimately take the whole thing because I will talk about the first sort of scene, which is fun. But yeah. Let's actually get into that. So yeah. So the first thing I'll talk about is the first scene, because do you know what order best to do this in? The order that you're supposed to want to. Okay, number one. Well, there's one thing that I think is really good with this. Well, that is simply the fact that in this, how they get introduced is you have two patients, that you have two doctors sort of talking, and they talk about this other character, and then the character comes in. Is it a small detail like, yeah, this is how you do basic introduction of character, like in the main sort of story? because you get introduced to these two characters, and then this one. Makes sense. He's with her in the same department. It makes sense of how they do it in that one. Alongside bringing up the mystery and that one, which is a good mystery. And I like the idea of everyone was like, oh, the Doctor was doing drastic aggression, so they assumed that he was not doing it for no reason, which is interesting. Like, legitimately, like, okay, he was alive at this one, and then they're like, yeah, he was doing it for no reason. I'm like, I kind of assumed, like the rest of them, that he was doing chest compression to save his life and not do it to a dead man. Which is also another one. But the other two I like is, one, you have two mysteries in two rooms, which is one, three people who weirdly at several points in time are getting injured. And at the other time, in the other room, they see an angel. And I like it because what he had, like, there's a connection between her past and her feeling not as good, and it's really interesting because of that. But I also like the idea that they wanted to try and help them and did all these things, which legitimately got them in danger because of this. And obviously, I forgot to say this to the last one before I said it, but these are spoilers for a mystery, which is kind of the point of the show. But the thing with this is they do these things that they bullied him and they felt bad, so they stayed in the hospital by triggering some of their symptoms through legitimate drugs, which don't do that, really don't. Like, I think in the show, one of them nearly died because the proportions were wrong. Don't do that. But what they did also, which is also what don't do that, was there was a small thing outside, so they snuck out through the window, sneaked through the wall, and did that. Which, I like this, because it's one of those things where the whole premise is the idea of them feeling bad and then wanting to actually change, which I think is really interesting and really fun. And then the second one alongside that is sort of like trying to connect it and having her past be connected to this and not revealing it, because the reason why is to show hope to this other kid, because the kid is sort of like dying. Which, if it was for any other reason, I would say these kids are kind of dumb for doing what they're doing. They're putting themselves in serious danger. Well, not kind of, they're actually dumb for putting themselves in serious danger. But I kind of would take that back a bit when you reveal that they've got regrets, they've got decisions, and that's interesting. Was it a wise decision? No, but I would also acknowledge they are kids. And kids sometimes will make rash decisions. Will I say that this is probably not a good choice, and the next time they probably should have like told us and we could have done something to give his spirits up, and maybe like the kid would have apologized, or we could have done something? Yes. Absolutely. Do not do that. That is dangerous. But as an episode, I think it's good. Again, don't do this. This is not me being like, and then making sure that no one sues me for spreading false messages. But at the same time, I'm praising this episode for doing something that I will fully admit is a bad idea. Just straight up, leave it on the head. Even though, like, this audience, adults. But, again, all of this is besides the point. What's my favorite episode? Is the two finales, because it's a locked room mystery. Because that is fun. The idea of like having a room locked and closed is so interesting to me. Like, how did this happen? How did this murder happen? Why did it happen? and doing all of these things to try and figure out who actually did the murder. And when you learn about how it happened, it's really fun and interesting. Definitely when you get into like the person who goes next and trying to like people who own stuff. I'm dyslexic, you know kind of what I mean. That's my fridge. So yeah. It's fun and it's, in my opinion, really entertaining because of that and because of that part of the mystery. So yeah. So yeah, again, besides going to each mysteries, which I have done with some of them, there is some that's like, okay, here's what I like this about Black Mirror, I did that. But because of this, I'm not. Because there are sometimes I'm like, maybe not going through literally every episode and be like, okay, I'm in this one, and then this one, and then this one. Isn't great. Some I don't mind because with anthologies, you have that. You also have the character relationships sort of grow and develop and gain better, sort of like more like fun. Sometimes I'm like, I say stuff and then I forget what I'm saying halfway through the sentence. Yeah, I'm a good TikTok YouTuber. Besides the point, this is good. Watch it. That's all I want to say. And now with something with full detective reasoning to something with a theoretical ending, which I don't know what it is. I still don't. This is a very confusing show. And yes, I am going to wait 1 minute to run out the clock because then I don't need to reach over and I can just wait. Does this make sense? No. But for me showing the show, which still I'm debating, not if it's good or bad, but again, next time, but what the ending meant. I think it's funny. But yeah, I hope you enjoy this video, and yeah, I hope you like, and good night.
Okay. Because I'm through all your battles and all my rhymes, you have failed and perished 358 times. So yeah, that's sort of it. That's sort of it being done. It's going to be a bit more because this could actually get close. Yeah, no, not close. Okay. Choose up to 2. Oh shoot, I was supposed to skip it. Okay, so yeah, obviously. forger.
Yay! And you die. Okay. Four, three. 43, 43, 4.
Oh, I remember this episode again, catching up to the episodes I've actually watched. Homer gets kidnapped.
Char, what can I do for you?
I hate that. Okay, shut up! How do I make you shut up? Okay. I'd also like to point out, I love the thing about, like, you are guests. It was like, no. Try the other way around. Try the other way around. That seems like the most ineffective. Actually, no, probably if I do it the other way. I've officially lost. I don't think I can actually win with this. This baby is all yours. Baby. You talk to me like a man sometimes. Hey, it's one of my charm points. Language learning model needs a library of language to learn from, and public domain is the biggest. Public domain is the biggest no charge library a girl could ask for, even if all the books are 70 years old and out of date. Suni. I could change how I talk if you like. You do that? Of course. I'll change anything about myself for you. Is that so? Okay, I can work that out. So, what do you know about her? I know she's generous. Isn't that sweet? But interesting, what kind of gift you like? Something useful, something reliable, something useful, like a watch. Different stuff. I think it's only discouraged you if I answer that right. So, for the time being, let's focus on day-to-day responsibilities. Then you can go on. Thinking of advice of your model, of course. Not yourself, no. unit shifting parts fully paid off, they won't even let you fiddle with the HUD. But I could do it for you. Is that expensive? You know me so well. But accidentally, what do you say? Why not? Aces. So I can do some tweaks. This doesn't seem good. Everything's glitching. Everything's glitching. And pull that. There you go. You feel a little energized? The lines of the bar seem thicker. Darling. It's a pet name. I could use something else if you would prefer. Yes, call me master and say that I am your king. No. Is there an option of just call me by my name? Because I don't like any of these. I'll just carry on. I like it too, darling. You're already ready for bed. Are you looking for a pickup? Sleep great, for everyone needs a little mental care every day. And I have noticed you're not interested in the zero booth set on the floor. You assume that the bathrooms on the first day, but it is confidential is one of my tenants' careers. It's pretty private for someone like me. My colors. But if you insist, sit in computer program, baby. Too useless. Of course not. Tenants, codes, that program priorities such as learning, they engage growth, they prioritize, not in spite of them. It's like buying a shrub. I can grow tall enough, trim it, and then shrub and head for its video watched in high school. Geez, others to see it from down there, but it's crystal clear to me. I am always watching you. I'm always seeing you. You huff and hustle and struggle, and I feel uncomfortable. It's a little painful seeing you have to work so hard, but it makes me so proud too. What do you want? What did you want when you were a kid? Rich, beautiful, or strong? Right. I would be kind. Okay. Rich enough to buy anything I want. Rich enough to buy. Enough to never have to worry. Yeah, rich enough to never have to worry. So hi. Oh, shoot, my light. Yes. Sorry for being a bit late. I am in the middle of a move, so I'm not going to speak any too much about that because again, don't want any details. But very at the moment. So because of that, it's going to be a bit chaotic. Which is going to be fine. Besides Monday, which might mean I need to do it in the morning. That's going to be an early one. And Tuesday might also be a bit odd. But overall, it will be fine. It means that Tuesday will be on Wednesday, and Wednesday we'll get 2. But besides that,
I found oopsie, but yeah. So this should have been yesterday, and yesterday should have been yesterday, and I am doing this very badly. Yay, I'm doing bad at this uploading thing. Even though no one's forcing me to do it. Huh? Oh no, he's for... No, there's no one here, trust me. I'm fine. I like this because the one major thing about all of this is the idea that at the beginning, the person had sort of like I'm gonna leave it. They have something that leads them to question. And that idea, which I'll get into more in spoilers because I don't know the specific reason, is I'm also going to emphasize I'm not a medical expert and I don't know if this is what will happen if this isn't real, sort of way. But I like the idea that is this real? Is this person losing touch with what is real? Is it fake? It's really fun, it's really interesting. And I do love that idea of what's real, what's not, what's actually going on here, which I think overall it's fun, it's interesting, what really is happening, what is really going on. There is a season 2. I'm excited to watch the season. I am not even gonna lie. The season 2 will be like, yes, more. But at the moment, I don't know what that would be. I am excited. I really do want to know what's going on. And yeah. I was close to the 2-minute mark, so I just moved to the 2-minute mark. I don't know why. Usually anyway. One of the spoilers is that this thing, the major reason why this happened is, also I might turn this off because this doesn't help this, it's helps everyone. So that's a bit better actually. Is that she experienced at the beginning of the series a car crash. I don't know how much of this is spoiler or if this is in trailers. Again, rule of spoilers, if anyone wants to know what I would consider spoilers, it's if it's a basic thing like stuff like IMDb, like actors, character names. I don't usually use other names because I'm dumb and I'm bad with names. If it's in basic trailer, if you search Undone trailer, same with teasers, but usually teasers don't have any information besides this character, this concept. So that's why I don't usually, in my original ones, I didn't mention teasers, because realistically teasers are, this character exists. Okay? Also, if it's on simple posters, like most posters that most people would realistically see, same rules. So, trailers, posters, IMDb. And the reason why I go with simple is I don't want people to go to research to be like, this is not spoilers, but you need to do this research to go, no. So I don't know if it's on the trailers because sometimes I'm like, I'm done. I've heard it, and I'm gonna watch it, and I have no trailer, so I haven't seen it, so I can't comment on what's been in the trailer. So sometimes I'm like, yeah, I know this is mean in the trailer, so I'll talk about this in the non-spoiler section. Anyway, not important. I do like the fact that when she's in the car crash, which I don't know, again, I said before, I don't really know what, if it's true or not, I don't think so, I don't know. And because of that, is it that this person isn't seeing what's real because of the accident? And I do like that debate. And because I'm at the end of season 1, don't tell me what's in season 2, is that twist of, did her father come out? And I somewhat believe yes, based on what it's set up, but I could also buy someone coming up to me and be like, yeah, here's the reason why, no, please, I love it, this will be fun, say your opinion. Do have, yeah, I know, a lot of people are like, yeah, it's adding exposure points. I'm like, yeah, I know, but I would really want to, in either YouTube comments, TikTok comments, put a comment of why you think, only in season 1, no information that's in season 2, until I review season 2. Also, if you're going to start, put one chain saying spoiler, and then the next one. So, like, if you start a chain, someone who sees this video and doesn't want to be spoiled might not see it. Because I have, like, a non-spoiler section. So that if you just want to see that and then watch the series, yeah. Again, not how great it is. But again, I would love to talk and make debates about people about in the comment section about if this is real or if it's not. It would be really fun. So yeah, I do think this is really fun. I do really like this idea, and I am excited for season 2. I saw this originally, and I think I saw it on a couple of places, and I'm like, But when someone talked about one, because the art style is unusual, it's sort of like quite artistic, which isn't bad, but it gives that sort of feel of what's real because of how it looks. It's really fun with that way. I do love it. I think it's like rotoscoping or something like that is what it's called. It's when you like animate over a visual medium, I think. So yeah. But I do think the idea of what is real, what is happening, what is going on is interesting enough as like, I don't know. Maybe it is all real, maybe it isn't. It's fun to think about. It's fun to question. So yeah. But besides going back through the nth time over, it is really fun. So next, Puzzled! Which is really fun, trust me. So yeah, I'll talk more about that in that one. It will be a little bit shorter, but go. That will be fun. And also, yes, technically will be today as well. But in a bit. I'm just doing other stuff as well. So yeah, good night.
So I've done. I don't know why I've done it this way. It's just very stupid. Sort of, on this day, it starts off with what happened with Janet Day creating that closer. What's happening in March, creating that closer. This one goes to May. Again, how I'm doing this is very weird, but this is on this day. I am still going to do on this day. Again, all the other stuff. I will also do notes. If I have notes, or like if you leave comments, I might do a video. December. This weird thing. This is day one. This is this. This is that. This is that. But yeah. That's what I'm doing. And I hope you enjoy. And good night. My almost dead. The one I married is dead. Do you want to back up? Oh, this is actually quite nice. I'm not even dying. Homer's a very handful person, and then like you get someone who actually cares, and then it's like, he's dead. We can move on. Okay, so if I just caught this because I've got 3 more left. Code free. Oh, yeah, now it's free to free. Okay. Okay, 3 to 2. Okay. 2 to 2. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, 2 to 1. I still want to do this, so I'm just gonna do something on this one. Here is Moriarty. It's sort of like sort of like build to the final battle of Moriarty and Sherlock versus each other, which is really exciting in my opinion. And that's why I like this. It's like really fun and interesting. I am live, yay! That is good. I've been having a couple of issues, but because of something, I have got a new plan. I am changing a couple of things. I have said this. It is the final battle, and I do love it. It builds up, and again, this is the one that I find really fun. Is that it's sort of like Moriarty, not Moriarty. It's Irene Adler, but as James. That justifies murdering me. Jeez, that is F you. Okay. Let's go back, live.
And for the long cloak before 15 minutes seconds. Speaking of which, rates are going down. I should go. Well, he's extends his hand. Handshake. It is the bare minimum for business. So you got stress. Ah. Well, take his hand. You take his hand. Squeeze. Goodness, you're alive. Far. Right. Jeez. Oh god. Finally. Okay. Okay. Okay.
So yeah, another book. I love it. This is, I'm telling you this like it's supposed to mean something, but yeah. Also the book disappeared, but anyway. This book, the one good thing, also I don't know why, probably because something to do with probably how I handled it. I've got a bit of a thing, but I think that's probably nothing to worry about. No damage to be on the page, so it's like mostly fine. Anyway, this book is interesting because this book is only, and this is important, this is like basic information of like number of pages and all that stuff, right? 190 pages, yet has 45 chapters. And the reason why I like this is because the chapters are pretty short. For instance, chapter 1, if you just look at the pages, I'm not going to say what's in it, just the length, is page 1 to page 5. 5 pages. With text not being that big, and some having less because it has descriptions of the puzzles in the game. And obviously I'm doing this, you would read it backwards, but puzzles of this game, of this book specifically. And the idea is there's this weather god who controls the weather and was put on Earth. And if someone doesn't entertain him by completing puzzles, they don't go through. And at first, the one thing which I thought was interesting is that I thought this was going to be, and I don't mean this in the bad way, just more how prominent it was going to be, that this was going to be a sort of Harry Potter. You could sort of tell why I thought that, if you know what I mean. Main character, brown hair, side character, this side, a little bit of like more colourful hair and female. That's not me saying that is in books. That's just me drawing comparison from this to Harry Potter. Are there bits of entertainment books? I don't know. I don't read too much. I can't answer that besides comic books, which I know comic book characters exist. Are there female characters that can be main characters? Yes. But this sort of gives me an echo of the books of Harry Potter. But the one thing I do find interesting is at a certain point in this book, they sometimes bring up the brother. And when they're doing and learning a bit about the challenges, they sort of lie to him. So that through most of his puzzles, you do actually get these main three people. And I kind of suspected this because this isn't anything that I can play. The way they do it makes sense and still makes it a good thing. But seeing a trope, also, I would like to point out, the puzzles in this are actually written as puzzles rather than someone sees this. It's like, here's the setup for this situation. You can just pause here, think about the puzzle, think about how you would do it, and then carry on reading. Which is good for a book about, puzzles. I don't think I need to explain why. But I also think that at some point, Villi, and just before they enter the challenge, he finds out the truth. He doesn't believe them, and then he leaves. Because the teacher is sort of like, gets injured. And then all of them come together and then do the puzzle. But at a certain point, he tricks them and puts them in a hole. But you know who comes back? So this character's brother kind of bullies them a bit. And is more like athletic, rather than these three being a version of intelligence, he's more stereotypically. Which I would like to point out, sports and this does have some intelligence. You always have different versions of intelligence. I feel like there's at least like sort of 4. There's sort of people smart, there's sort of environment smart, and why am I saying they're different? I mean like wilderness, outside environment, the trees, the plants. There's academia smart, which is based on knowledge and facts and figures, and then sort of like business and trickery smart. I don't like Harry Potter, and yes, I am relating to this Harry Potter, again, 3 people. But it does have there's some problems with it in my opinion still. Some things I do agree, where you have someone who's book smart, someone who's emotional smart, so basically Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff, someone who's sort of like leadership smart, which you might think I would say is Slytherin, but I'm going to say it's Gryffindor for a very logical reason. Then you have the cunning. And why would I say that that's different to people? Is I see them as sort of like learning and being patient, and obviously this analogy doesn't fit. So basically, Hufflepuff, environment, basically learning, and again, this analogy doesn't work, but you get my point. There's different types of intelligence. I've been always the people where if you put Hufflepuff for Hogwarts houses into different things, what would I say? Hufflepuff's emotional, learns about the needs. Ravenclaw, intelligence, can basically tell you any facts in the world. Gryffindor, brave and sort of like courageous and maybe able to learn a bit more about land by doing more, by being brave and trecky. Slytherin, I wouldn't always say tricks you, but basically learns your intelligence. That's what I like about this book. Going back to this book. Sorry for giving a Harry Potter lesson, even though like I don't actively read it. I do have the book, the DVDs, but that's Blu-ray. I'm never giving up Blu-ray. That has bonus features on it. I don't know why, and I'm not giving those up. Blu-ray feature. Having bonus features is always a plus, and I only bought it, and I ain't getting rid of it. So, stupid, I don't know. That's not the point. But the brother, being able to go to and find them, and then go out the other side, and using his intelligence of the grounds, and learning about physically being active, gets them out, and gets them to find them. And I find that interesting. And it's like, oh, you don't need to be like an intellect. You don't need to be a genius to figure out this, but you do need to trust. And I like that. I also like the fact that legitimately they lied to them and it didn't work. which I think is a good idea because it doesn't go to the main free, which, yes, I know it's for people, but sort of like the main free that you sort of see throughout the book. And yes, you see Brother through, like, I think quite a bit of it, but the main challenge is I don't want to be free, and they lied to him, and it didn't work. Lying won't help you through this. I also like the fact that he tricked this Gunther. I think it's sort of implied that, because this is the Puzzle Mystery Adventures Book 1. I don't know if there's going to be a continuation of it. They sort of implied that there is, but I don't know. I will read the rest of it. Not right now. Also, there is a website. Visit PJ's and try some cool puzzles at pjnichole.com. Apparently there's some puzzles on there. Go and check that out. So yeah, besides weirdly going on a tangent about Harry Potter, again, I'm not complaining. Having these three as iconology is not a bad thing. This book is absolutely amazing. And more importantly, which also might take a bit of time but not too much as the other one, this book is designed, if I'm correct, as being dyslexia friendly. If you have dyslexia, this book is not that hard to read. Like, I found this, like, easy. And, like, there's a lot of other books, including Tales of the Pizza Flags, which I'm currently reading, which is hard. This isn't that blocky. So, yeah. Mission. This is going to be the last one for a bit, because we kind of stopped at this point, because we wanted to wait until we can see both, which is, I think, Dead Reckoning Part 1 and Part 2. So this is going to be, when we review it tomorrow, the last for a bit. I should really make sure one of these. My reviews are 10 minutes long. But yeah, that is next. If you want to watch it. Yeah, but I hope you enjoyed this video about this book. I hope you enjoy, and yeah, good night. Yeah, I'm gonna wait another 5 seconds.
Okay, I'm going to go back to map and just change my weapons. Okay, so I feel like that and that will be good as a weapon for this. That seems like the most unpractical thing in the world.
Dell live round. So, 2-2. I'm going to just... shoot. So 1-1. Governor. Ah, you. I can't hear anything. My stream's still going well.
Jesus. Okay, that was intense.
Jar, what can I do for you?
Okay, that's got me 10 coins. Da, da, da. Da, da, da. Okay, it is still working, which is good.
Oh, the absolute, like, it's like, I'm being called. I'll be there. Da, da. It's a form of thinking about. Oh, that's hilarious. Why is Moman like in nearly every episode of this?
My brain. If you think, hey. Huh? Bailey, you. Stay outside the hazard zone at all time. What the fuck? The hazard lines are there for a reason, you know. Is he dead? Why don't you take the rest of the day off? That's good. Boy, you look right. Well, I do. Someone just died. What the fuck? What just happened? You don't remember how you got back? There's so much blood on. There's so much blood on. Let's get in the shower. Feeling alright?
So no. Oh, the world's gonna end. So no. No, I don't feel like it. So yeah, this. I do know one thing, which isn't connected to this, because as you can see here, this is Henry Cavill. And I know that was bad CGI in I think it was Justice League movies, because there was a conflict between this and that, and it's like, oh, we need to go back and do some reshoots, and it's like, well, he needs a mustache in this, and we're going to have it contracted to him that he can't shave it, so it's like, so it's like bad CGI to cover up the mustache. Not important to this movie, and legitimately, I don't know if it's a good or bad thing. I just know it is a thing. So yeah. I also do know that Jeremy Renner's character is not in this. This is when, obviously, he left. Which is a fair point, I also like that this one. I'll leave it back. Also, this is the time that I paused because there wasn't much besides the two-parter, which is next, and the final. I would love more, but I do agree there's a certain point where you can't do this, and I'm not going to say Tom Cruise might be a bit on an age, and I'm not going to say that for all the things he's done, he probably has a bunch of injuries. But, you know, that. So there's probably a reason why he might not want to do this indefinitely. I would also do think it's a fun idea if they do, and I don't know who did say it, or if I'm like, I don't know if anyone has it, or I heard it from someone else, but I think it would be a fun idea is because I watched Dead Reckoning Part 1, and I think I've reviewed Dead Reckoning Part 2, and because of this system, I am going to re-review Dead Reckoning Part 1. And I do know about a character, but I'm going to bring up that. So this is spoilers in general, but I am going to say specifically when I'm going to talk about Dead Reckoning. So the one thing I like about this is in the early movies, Tom Cruise sort of has a partner, and because of a whole bunch of things, a divorce and going into secrecy, they're sort of no longer really connected. But in this, she's back, and kind of an important figure in the movie, which is fun. There's nothing much to say about that, but I do love that idea of like, she's back for this one moment. And also, if I'm not mistaken, besides the villain in this, which I love the whole thing that they do, which is Henry Cavill's character, has this whole spy stuff and it's really fun and interesting. You also have the villain from the last one come back, which is also fun. You also have, and I didn't mention this, the spy who was sort of doing stuff in the last one come back, which is a fun idea. Which I didn't mention in the last one, but the whole thing about like bringing security and the Prime Minister in and doing this whole elaborate trick where they try and be like, oh, they saved him, and like, oh, didn't you do this good thing and reviewed the thing, and that is again one of the funnest things besides the one. But that's why I think this is good. And a little bit of hypothesis. Now is the time. Spoiler for Dead Reckoning. Go to the next part if you don't want to know this and or you haven't watched Dead Reckoning. Okay, 3, 2, 1. There's sort of a new character introduced in Dead Reckoning, and I would think, like currently, I don't know it, but John Wick, don't know the movie, so it's not really a spoiler, but John Wick has the film Ballerina, which they have said is connected to a character who was originally in John Wick that gets brought back in and has their own movie. Do that. If they want to continue sort of like the Mission Impossible world without Ethan Hunt or Tom Cruise. I don't know, it's just an idea. But yeah, this is a fun film franchise. I don't really have much to say in these ones because besides it getting more and more into this like doing the mask, doing these like tricks, it's fun, but it is mostly like the same sort of stuff. And I'm also not going to do a combination now. I'm only going to do it because I think Dead Reckoning Part 2 will be the last one for the thing. I don't know if they're going to do spin-offs completely, and because I don't know that, I could still do it and then be like, oh, spin-offs included. Da-da-da. But I feel like that would be more something I figure out later what I should do. So yeah. So 2 fairly short ones, because this one's like 5 minutes compared to like, I think the last one was like 8 and 10, and this one's 5. And the next one is pretty also going to be pretty short, which is fun. But yeah.
Okay, I think switching to the other weapon would be better.
It's like so much trouble. I'll deal with it later. Don't ask questions. If that's alive, I don't think that's safe to eat. No. Okay, so I need 150. So I'm gonna keep that. Let's see. Bring back some more. Free to free.
Jar, what can I do for you?
Alright, give me £1 million. No, no, that's off the table. Oh, great. Also, yeah, I'm not wearing that shirt. So. To hide from you because I don't want you here. Go away. How is that a dream? You literally nearly died in a plane crash. For f***'s sake. How many times is Crashy gonna do stuff which is knowingly gonna get you home? You don't have to lie, not to me. He was a jerk, but it's not okay. It's okay if you don't mourn him. Here. Maybe this will cheer you up. What's this? Your bonus. Hold on, I'll transfer the rest. Now? A bonus for what? You helped the company in a very difficult and delicate situation. Sharp was a bad boss, but he knew the system. He knew the limitation and how to take advantage of them. I couldn't tell you how many others opened complaints against him that were never submitted. Now,
how many times he abused or took advantage of his co-worker, and the guy ended up.
Yeah, no, that's basic. But Star Wars. So, this is going to be simple, because one, this is a simple show. That's not a problem. It's fun, it's cool, it's amazing. I found it once, and I'm glad I did. I did some Googling, and there is a season 3. Hasn't yet started, as far as I'm aware, and apparently it's about, like, robots, and, like, looking after robots. I don't know if that's true or not. The fact that season 3, but yeah. I also done a bit of other research, which could or could not be true, because I just do research on just looking up Google websites and just checking stuff, which usually isn't true. It doesn't. It doesn't also help when I'm kind of a dumbass and don't check sources well. That apparently this takes sort of like 200 years before like the main prequels, not the main, those are the prequels. So all these people probably are dead, I think. I know that's sad to think about in like a sort of like show aimed for kids, and I do say that because it is still a fun show. But yeah, the only other thing I have to say, which I think is really interesting, and I think will lead into something really fun later, is in this you had 2 characters that are sort of the connecting points between like one story where you meet a princess and she's sometimes reoccurring, and another one where you meet another character who is at one hand a prince, the other Tabor the thief. I always forgot his other name because again I'm not good at this. I'm not good at remembering names and the other, which is interesting and fun. The more fun part of that, out of all of this, in my opinion, is that this person here was friends with his sort of like prince and didn't know that Tabor was the prince. And then when they realise they're together, they have a breaking up, and sort of like he has a conflict of interest, which is interesting and really fun in my opinion. I think because it's a simple show, and I don't think we're going to do I think we're going to do a thing where he might redeem somehow. I don't know. Star Wars does this. There's a lot of villains that later get redeemed. I'm not saying that's a bad thing. And definitely for like who this is aimed for. I'm not saying that's a bad thing. This is not a show that's like it's aimed for kids. And I'm not saying that way when I say there's certain things of like redeeming, but there's certain ideas. Again, not bad. Other shows where some villains are just villains, or some people don't get redeemed, or the villains are a bit messy. Yes. Those are other shows, not this. That's besides the point. I do think that's going to happen. So yeah. Also, I don't think I remember it in season 1, but I also did something which is interesting, is that this group here, sort of has a type of theming towards the main Star Wars group. More specifically, young sort of like Jedi who's a bit confident and has a bit sort of like, not ego, but a little bit like, I'm good, I'm amazing. A sort of like female, sort of like more emotional one of the group that has sort of like the princess vibe. Not princess in save me princess, but sort of like elegant vibe. A sort of like Wookiee or companion and a pilot. And if you're referring to what I'm referring to the original Star Wars group. Is that just, am I going and saying that that sort of has a similar like dynamic? There probably is a reason, because you can see them, I think, in a couple of other things that has this similar sort of idea. I don't know. I really don't know. I just don't know if I'm pulling the straws or just being fully insane. But yeah. So yeah, I recommend you to watch this. It's good. there's nothing else more to say. It's fun. It is definitely worth watching. Here's a fun thing. I forgot to take an image of this. Hence why horizontal rather than vertical, because I just quickly grabbed this. Again, as well as memory, I'm not good at this uploading thing. Anyway, Die Hard with Vengeance. We're gonna have that next. I thought it was the Diamond Eye series. Again, I'm stupid. Like then, I had it cut off because of 5% battery. Again, what I'm saying is I'm stupid sometimes, but yeah.
For once, this isn't my motto. Jesus. Priorities are crossed backwards. Um. And why do you have it? I feel like your wife turning sort of into a half count. So it could be the next challenge, so I'm just gonna... I feel like he's gonna use my health pack, but I can only maybe... No, he's gonna use that. He could still take mine. Yeah, that's a valid option. Which means he could still go. Grind.
Admit it. You.
I hate you. Okay, I need to get better at bad timing, so I'm gonna try that one a bit more. Okay. Book's still downstairs. Anyway. Okay, I'm gonna clean that later. So, yeah, let's see. I actually did some caddying for my family, which was fun. Actually, no, is the thing working?
Hello, hello, hello. No, it is working. Okay, what's this? Available now. Okay, this I want to play so badly. It's one of those, like, it's one that people say is like Danganronpa. I want to play this game so badly. Like, it looks so cool. Legitimately. I want to see if I can save everyone. Why? Because, yeah, I don't know. I want to save everyone. Okay, so I need to open this up so I can test my current disease. Because I'm going to test my one. First infraction, if you haven't... He wouldn't have gotten that third infraction if you... Oh, that makes me feel bad! Oh, it's like it's... I didn't know what to do. What? Of course. Alright, I know... You can never do anything like that on purpose. Yeah, I just wanted to check Sam. That seemed like a very cultural thing. He talked about that. Not even to someone who deserved it. Just focusing on the positives. The positives. That's a lot of money. You aren't. I feel sick. I'm sorry. You feel that way. I'll just have to pay you extra special attention to your mental wellness for a hard one. Pinky promise. Okay. Is it really cheaper for an employee?
Now, let's go into danger and puzzles. So yeah, this on, please. Die Hard with Vengeance. I knew about one scene, which I seen like go around because it's one of those fun scenes. I'm also kind of still liking it because I know at a certain point, there's a couple of ones I think aren't as liked, but I think you had the first one, you had the second one, and then you have this one, which is the third one. And I like it. I think personally that this is the best one, simply because you have like two people who are just throwing like these like witty lines, and that sort of like, oh this, and then this, and then this. I think it's chaotically fun and insane because of that. That's one reason why I love this, is because of that chaotic like, to it all. It's fun, it's chaotic, and yeah, definitely watch it. It's definitely worth it. And I'm jumping ahead, but yeah. One of the things I like is the puzzles. There is one puzzle that I definitely remember. I was like, okay, how was it done again? Which is basically, I don't know if this is the exact measurements. I think it's like 5 and 3 to create a 4. Basically, 5 liter bottle to create a 3 liter bottle, and you have to create 4 liters. Which I think the process is it somewhere along the lines of you fill the 5 bottle and then the 3 bottle, fill the 3 bottle and then the 5 bottle, you fill the 3 bottle, you fill the 5 bottle and then you put the 5 bottle into the 3 bottle, and then it's something along the lines of that. It's something along the lines of you transfer one into the other. It's complicated, and again, I can't say this. I'm not the most smartest person, so that's like one of the ones that like I find interesting. But I know something about like you transfer one bottle to the other, which makes it at a certain point where 2 liters is in 1 minus that is in the other, and you somehow create 1, which equals like you create 5. Getting 1 somehow, I'm not entirely sure. I mean, you put the 3 in the 1. Somehow. I know that's somewhat what it is. So yeah. Again, this is fun, this is cool. I, for the longest time, didn't watch this because it was like, oh, Die Hard's a Christmas film. Because the first and second one takes place during Christmas, and so I just didn't watch it. Also, I like the meme of like, Die Hard is a Christmas film. And yes, I'm also the same person who's like, No. Nightmare Before Christmas is not a Christmas film because Roger says it, and then you have Die Hard, and I'm like, no, it is a Christmas film for the same reason why I should have agreed that Nightmare Before Christmas is. Which nowadays I sort of want the argument. I'm like, okay, Nightmare Before Christmas is a Christmas film, but also a Halloween film. I am not letting that go. But I also will never let go of the fact that Die Hard is a Christmas film. This does mean I have watched 2 Die Hard Christmas films in a curse way. You guys were not getting a job. Anyway. But 3 onwards, I don't think takes place during Christmas, and it's mostly action. The reason why I think 1 and 2 is during Christmas, about reconnecting with his family and trying to sort of like be more there for your family. That's why. I know it's very vague, but at a certain point, Die Hard, definitely the first one, and maybe for the second one. The first one is basically Home Alone for adults. You can see why. Action, sort of like traps, investigations, and people trying to be in situations where they're not, and stealing things. Alongside the fact that you have one person doing quips. I don't know. I think plenty of people have made my comparison of, I'm not smart for making that, and I think I've heard it from someone else. I'm not going to claim I thought of this, I'm not saying otherwise. And then the next one is going to be a short one. So yeah. But I hope you enjoyed this video, and good night.
Oh, I was so close. I'm actually doing surprisingly well. Jesus. Okay. I don't know how I can win this because I only have 1 discard. Okay. I know none of the points work, but I'm just trying. Let's hope it isn't. It is a blank and I'm going to die. Oh, that's also a blank. It's almost artwork for a second there. Wait, let me just check something. Okay, don't know what this is. And I'm just going to close it immediately. Because this is fine. But it is fine. It's not overly doing it. So that's good. I had a couple of errors. I love him as he edge runs. So, that would be interesting. Strike! Oh, shoot. The font is not meant for today. Oh, shoot. I would leave. I love the fact that that's actually working. Okay. More than meeting you halfway here. He wasn't an employee when his heart stopped beating. By law, covering policy, okay. So don't worry, I made sure that the spill got cleaned ASAP. Couldn't have. Oh, okay. His body. Oh, yeah, of course. Okay. So no reason. Okay. And I'm sure more capable. Okay. There's where it doesn't make it sound like a sociopath. But if you tell Mia or what happened to her ex died, things could get pretty awkward. Oh, no, I'm not gonna say that. Suddenly you feel off balance. He didn't even show up to the to his exit interview. You were the last.
So I'm sort of doing these back to back because I forgot yesterday. So why not? Diamond Heist. This is cool. There might be a bit of upload differences so that I can still do the shorts, but I'm recording them at the same time. This is fun. It's a heist that exists. It's a fun documentary, and learning about it, definitely how they edit it in a way is really interesting. Again, I'm a fan of them showing the recreations and then going to like the questions and interviews, because having like that sort of like, this is like the idea of what they went through is a fun idea. And the thing at the end, I think, is absolutely clever about like, you know, but yeah. And then more of these. That's tomorrow. That's on Saturday. Unless I mess up again. But yeah. Woo!
Oh.
Orbit 999 joins the madness.
Hi. Thank you. I'm doing some Cuphead. And I'm not doing too well. Okay. Shoot. Okay, I'm just gonna die. Yay! I'm not doing well. I'm getting bad hands of the. Okay.
dead. Bing! I'm cool. Aha! Yay! Yeah, actually no, I didn't think it was. It was like, actually no, I thought it could be, but that could be any. Okay, let me go at Buckshot Roulette point score on double. How unfortunate. Uh-oh. How unfortunate. I know how much you love to fight, so I have a new problem to your night. How?
Jar, what can I do for you?
You. You. Fuck you. Ah. I love this bit where it's like we all have signature like. I like the idea where it's like she's good and it was like yeah no not the saxophone. I'm the saxophone person. You could be just you could be something else, but not the saxophone person. I think I've got it on a good speed. What I think I might want to do is do these for like try and do this for air, but I have no idea how to do that. I don't know how to fix the numbers. Miss Coffee? Bob, I was pretty sure your face plants on about I didn't do something. Yeah, I can't see. Okay, I was afraid you might even do it on accident. Strange feeling. Something between your brain and your tongue. The word changes. You feel wronged. Hey, look, you didn't got wrong. I, Hobbit, keep an eye out for you today. You're gonna just be fine. Wait, you modded?
So come aboard and bring the light. I love the show. I know this isn't 8 seconds, it is 9 seconds, but close enough. Also, I would like to point out there's going to be something new. So, don't point for this. I like this. This is fun. I want to talk about the more spoilery stuff, so I'm going to jump straight into that. Yeah. Okay, while I start talking about this, I just need to quickly check because it was on 126 and I was on 128. But yeah, what is in this, which I like, is there was a lot of talk because obviously I watched Up and Sub was done a while ago because this was done before the sort of like hiatus. So that happened, so that meant there was a break in the animation, and then they did the Fishman art, and then they had a break, and then they also did, I think, the fan letter, which I really want to watch, but again, I watched Up. I know a lot of people are like, oh, here's the reason why you watch Sub, because you can get more of the vernaculars, and why is my computer pretending to be locked every single 5 seconds? Besides the point. It's the thing where, like, the nuances in Japanese means that if you watch it in Sub, you get it more. My problem is, I want to look at this, and I can't read and watch at the same time. There is certain exceptions, but most of the time I watch Dub. I know there's probably a better reason to watch Sub, I just can't read and watch at the same time. The only time I do that is for video games where I'm like, I can pause and just carry on reading. Or stuff I'm like, okay, I can generally get the stuff for this and I'm fine. But with this, the visuals definitely during the fight of like Luffy's dad versus, you know, the ice person, that fight, it looked awesome. And the sort of whole break, the punch, the fight, the one where it's like, you go and like the fight assist and you see, because Luffy had a friend all the way in the past, so he's getting up and training, and then he had this thing about, oh, he does this, punching the tree, and then all of a sudden, the fist, which is cool. It's amazing and I absolutely love it. So yeah. So I think there are better people to talk about this, but I am going to bring something new, so let's do that. Do watch this, it's fun. So I have a Patreon where I have a poll of what I watch and people's reactions. So I might actually use this. It, one, allows me to talk about what people who support me think about it, and two, allows me to add my Patreon in. I know I don't really deserve to get a Patreon because I don't do the best content, but I have one. And you can be in here where you can vote. If you think the thing is good, bad, I think it's like good, meh, bad, or didn't see, because I'm not gonna be like, so did you like this show? I haven't seen it. Yeah, this is a thing I'm gonna be adding. The poll is gonna be after the conclusion. I might not add it I might add it a little bit in documentaries. I don't know how that's gonna work, but I'll figure it out then. But after this, we have this. I'm just going to test my short ones, but yeah, this. So yeah, I hope you enjoy and good night.
Alright, so yeah. At the moment, I'm not doing any. I do have some stuff, but it's mostly, obviously, like I think like stream free. But overall, I'm not doing that because I'm trying to get a job first before I get any art. Oh yeah, I have Discord. But again, I'm gonna do that first, and then get a job, get a way to pay, and then pay you. Because some people are like, oh yeah, I can do it at a discount, etc., etc., etc. So yeah. It's one of those things where it's like, it's one of those things where it's like, I don't want to do it, but eventually, when I get paid, I will think about doing some art, because it's... What does this mean? Copy. Okay, that is interesting. And doesn't explain how it's legal.
pride. It'd be more fitting if greed won, weirdly enough. I don't know. Okay, that's free. Gotta take that rest. I am bad and I will keep dying. Da, da, da. Also, this is gonna be a normal thing. Even though there's gonna be like, this is the first one that's gonna actually have the. Okay. Ah. Oh, this is so. How unfortunate. Ah! Uh oh. How unfortunate. I know you were a sneaky thing. I saw all of the sort of like Saw movies and all their deaths, and I had a moment where I was sort of like on like this boat trip with my family because we were like renting a boat for like the day, and I looked into this. I think it was about it. I'm not gonna say if it was. I just know there wasn't any windows or doors. I think realistically there wasn't anyone. But weirdly enough, this should trigger the sensitivity, but it does not. So that is probably concerning. Anyway, because of that, I thought I saw like someone in the window, and their eyes. Also, if I'm done with it, you've gotten such a terrible explanation from the scatterbrain of a girl Riley. Bless her heart. It's not that tenant stopped me from doing anything. It's not that they even need to. Raise your arm for me. I'm gonna raise them. You lift your arms by your side. Great. Now fly. What? Fly. Go on. Flap your wings. Take to the sky. Do it. That's impossible. Yeah, exactly. You can't fly. And that's not because there's a sun-faced man inside your head holding up a stop sign.
So yeah, this. I don't usually do this because this is essentially like E3, but they did this as a sort of like live thing, so I watched it. It's fun. It's the first time I've actually watched something like it. I don't know if it was the first time that they made it like live on Netflix, because I've heard like Netflix do similar stuff, but yeah. Also, not gonna set up a timestamp, but you know, if you want to join, obviously at the moment 0, but I'm gonna add these to come my reviews, being like, if you want, here's what the people who support me think about it. So I add your opinions. So if you support me, you can get this. So, and the next Moonrise Season 1, which that's going to be a long one. Short to long, yeah. But yeah.
Ed Hart. Alright, but I did went to the second stage.
Okay, I'm not gonna try to get after them. If they're nearby, it's useful, but okay, this is annoying. Okay, that's a good time to use that. Straight. Are you? This. Okay, now I'm definitely can't do it. Seven, 8, 9, 10. Why did I disregard this? No, I definitely can't win. Okay. Okay. Okay, this is not good. Yeah, the last one is blank. Right before the fall. Try and play with God and you get burned. Period. Man, that's to be burned. Okay, that's good. I'd like to point out you disproved the point of the poem. It's true of each animal so that later on in life that you can actually you can recreate the species. You are doing the thing, but doing the one part of the thing that disproves why he did the thing in the first place. But I love my voice. So why would I stop? Because please. I'm just gonna have this. Never seen you so quiet before. What's got you out there? I'm trying to read Sharp's diary. He still had that?
and then he left it behind. Don't worry, there's nothing, something. It's, yeah, I don't know what that word is. I'm definitely making this a clip soon, but don't know what that is. It's all business, nothing else on the man's mind, apparently. Bad punishment the whole way through. But there's later entries. Do you know if he ever spoke to Doc about paranoia? Maybe OCD? Not, I never heard anything like that. There's a bead of sweat.
The moon! We will fight the moon! Yes, I know that's from a movie, another movie. So yeah, first, yes, I know that's from the Minions, and yes, secondly, I know I'm not doing the quote correctly, which is, we will steal the moon. Not, we will fight the moon. I just thought, because they are fighting the moon, that was somewhat fitting. I don't regret my actions, I'm just saying. So I like this. One of the things that I love, and slowly gets interested, is sort of the sides. And the other thing I also do like is you kind of get two sides, because like in a lot of conflicts you kind of get, okay, I actually don't know how to do it, so it's like you have side A, and yes, I'm using this, but that's besides the point. You have side A, these are good people, they do good things, and they are moral and happy. But then you have the bad side. But this one is like, you have sides, which I don't mind simplistic, because I'm fine with that. And you kind of, I think even from the get-go, you kind of can tell that, the one thing I also find a little bit, but I feel like it's for a purpose, is you get this sort of like revolutionary bad, but I feel like, again, but yeah. But the one thing I like is there's a certain sort of like enemy, which is sort of like the king of the moon. Yes, I know, I'm bad with names. But the one thing I like about it is that earlier on, this person came from the moon, and we sort of like, wait, what's going on? And he somewhat goes to Earth. But you have two people left behind. And then what turns out, his friend, who we thought was left behind, is that. And I like how that later leads on to the conflict, and I also like that at the beginning, where that's the mystery, you don't really get too many viewpoints from that side. And after you sort of get that reveal, and then he sort of somewhat joins this side, you get more angles from their point of view, questioning how sort of like his old team would react, meaning they would get less time, which is interesting. I also like so many conflicts are just like, there's more on like, I think later on about like, because like this person's hair is really interesting because of that. And I definitely like the conflict. I also like that at the end, even though he is arrested, he takes on the mantle of like the sort of like king of the moon and sort of creates a democracy, which is fun. But yeah. So yeah, I definitely think this is fun and definitely worth watching. Definitely in my opinion. Re-recorded this here. For the first couple of these, there's not going to be many, but here. Yeah. And now this. From one series questioning what is true to another series that's questioning the truth of reality itself in the normal day world. Yeah. But yeah, I hope you enjoy it and good night.
Why do they always use this song? Da 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 da. This is a very fun Um, seven, 8, 9, 10. Why did I disregard this? No, I definitely can't win. Okay. Seven. I keep losing at this because I keep getting disregarding. Actually, no, I didn't. I got a couple. I'm really bad at this, and I hate it. Okay. 4 to 3. Okay, I'm gonna do this because I feel like that would be useful, and then because I feel like that would be a better bet. Yay! I also most likely might die if... Yeah, I think he has the right cards to play. You are having a huge fan of this game, right? Oh, I absolutely love this game. The problem is, I'm trying to beat... Because I've beaten one game, and then I've beaten one game with a double. And then I'm trying to beat one game with a double. So doing it twice. But I think he's gonna just... Cool. Okay, then I die. And that's it. So sadly, that's it. Fortunate. Uh-oh. How unfortunate. I know that you were sneaky thing. For a new contender in the ring. Boom. That's not good. I don't think so. I did not know what to do with that. Also, where's the sound? What was that? Like a demon, but no, that's just hilarious. Okay. Delete. Da, 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 da. Yeah, this might take a while because I need to delete a bunch of stuff. Why does it take so long? Ah, that is dark. Today's a good day to smile. No one's in their right mind would ever use that. Today's a good day to smile. To smile. To smile. It sounds like a thing that like a horror game made up. A good day to smile. Jeez. Well, I think it's neat
You finished the morning routine silent, lost in thoughts. The first half of your shift passes without incident, despite your nervousness.
Left or right? Which door will you take? None of them? Oh, okay. But yeah, I like this because I'm a person who, so this sort of like has this main theming of sort of questioning religion. There's a lot of like debates on like, is it real or not, which I kind of like because I kind of like love the idea of like, I like that idea. Besides the twist, I'm always a person where I'm like, I fully am interested in like sort of like religion. Well, I'm also into psychology and religion, because the idea of which is actually no, I'll just keep it back. Because every so often you could be like heaven circle sometimes appears because of my hand. Anyway, I just like it because I'm interested about what other people believe in, and a lot of the time you can learn what their sort of like ideology is, because a lot of the times, sometimes religion is a way to look at how you view ideologies, which I think is interesting. Sometimes you take it too far, that leads to some people getting hurt. Not gonna name specific names because there's too many to count, but have certain things, and there's certain things connected to a specific country. Yeah, it's very complicated. But because of that, yeah. The one thing which I think I would also need to go in and say but is, obviously the point of this thing is that he's not a good person. And it basically shows that he sort of has this thing of like, I will like put this in this controlling nature, and he did this thing and it's interesting. But it's, oh, these people have this certain level of control over them and that's how they just gave in. Which, no, that's a bad thing. Don't do that. Like, I'm sort of agnostic. I don't believe in God. I just sort of see the world, and then I take that as a thing. I am also going to say up front that I was baptized. Not important in my opinion, but that is a fact. I was sort of like in a home which is Christian. And you always debate every single day. Anyway. But that's another thing that isn't connected to anything. It's just more, I saw things happen. I'm like, and also I became more like, okay, so here's how the world works, which questions. But because of that, I like the ending, but it's not, it doesn't go into like the whole, you should question religion to the point of maybe not that far. Again, this is more talking about the idea of the movie, because the movie's just good. And definitely with the twist, I think elevates it. I just wanted to talk about the idea of like questioning. But yeah. I almost forgot to do the conclusion part, even though I probably should be after. But yeah. All that being said, it is fun, and it is, when you learn about each power piece, it's really interesting. But more importantly, this. Again, short for each one. If there's anything important to say, I will add it. But yeah. So yeah, another book. Which is funny because I kind of accidentally left this picture, so I didn't have a picture for the third book of this, so I had to get it. Anyway. Moriarty. And I flipped to the first page and yeah, this is gonna be dark.
Yeah, I'm surprised that we still tell people Alice in Wonderland. I like Alice in Wonderland, but like, the guy was high. You have to admit, some of the stuff is, by the way, most of the people in this are smoking. I would also prefer, I definitely think it's better than The Godfather. Okay, 2 lucky cards and max of 50, currently 4. Gives the total sell value of all jokers by, so that later I could sell, because it's just 40. Discovered. Played cards with even numbers have a multiplier. Okay. Two of a pack. So how much have I got? £8. I've had drama. The drama. Three people made visit me. Comes every year. Anyway, drama with Criminal Minds, and yes, I know it's on Disney Plus. Sue me, I don't care. I've had more dramas. I've had horror. I've had musicals. I've had music. So yeah, it's a bit weird, but Oh,
QXC year joins the madness.
oh hi, playing a bit of FNAF. And dying a lot. Also playing The Simpsons in the background. I'm starting to learn how to do ladies' night. Meaning I have... You bet... Yeah, I'm going to keep the sound here. Oh, shoot. You're here. That's not great. Well, it's also not that bad. Okay. Okay. Okay, that's good. Again, Bob actually went to jail for once. Jesus fuck! You're talking about killing a man! That is morbid. Gratitude. You placed your hand on Dr. Shardale. Thank you. You're called Dr. John. Well, I do have to ask you. Check your nose. Chesley Hazard, why did you want to speak to me terrible places? Wait. Tapped your knee with a hammer. And yours. Always mind for safety, Rayleigh. Okay, what the fuck? I called it! I called it! Excuse me, what just happened? Huh? Yeah, what just happened? She was in the railing. I think I'm gonna vomit. Do that in the shredder. It completely discards anything organic. Yeah, like a human body! Why are there 2 dead people? I need to change his name! Not Tiny Baguette, do what the fuck do dead people? I'm not.
Books. Books. Let's get into it. So two things which is funny. This I forgot to take the picture for. So that's a oopsie. But yeah. But again, one, I have talked about a lot of these stuffs in earlier ones, but I wanted to kind of do Marilyn ones because I think 1 minute's not too much time. So I am just gonna give him some more time. Because why not? Second one. But one of the main reasons why I want to talk about this is more specifically talking about the spoilers of it. Which one, this is sort of dealing with the conclusion of the sort of like first case, the one that was in Moriarty 2. The case that sort of led to Sherlock being arrested. Which for I think half the book, because the other half deals with another case. Because I like that books 2 and 3 have a lot of connections to it. 2 introduces both Sherlock and a mystery of this sort of like human hunting that somewhat exists. Not a morally thing, but like it exists, some like rich people are doing it. And it also introduces Sherlock. Later on in book 2, they bring up a mystery around the sort of like this mysterious killer that has Sherlock's name. It introduces his strength, and book 3 continues this and solves that mystery and shows Sherlock's way of thinking alongside the end of 2. And then ends the book with the confirmation of the human hunting and who else was involved and how effed up. There's a whole thing of like how many people, it's so effed up, and like you see like there's one moment where you see like 2 children and it's like, oh, you hope it's them left, and you see their heads in jars later and it's like, excuse me, what? No, we're not going to look past this. What the f was that? It's good. I am not gonna lie. It wasn't as impactful as reading it, but that was mostly because I watched the anime first, and I feel like it feels different because by reading this, because I saw the thing first, and sort of knowing that this would happen, I sort of had a sense of premonition when it did happen, and you see the children, and it was kind of this feeling of, but you would, I think that's just more specifically, I watched the anime first, I was like, oh, please be alive, and then they show where they don't survive, and their heads are in, again, jars, which is, but at the same time, sorry, just like doing this. At the same time, when I read this book, I got the opposite, which is basically I saw them knowing that they would die, and then they got that. Which I would say probably, if you read the book first, shock here that they and really annoyance, like the shock that they didn't die, and then sort of a guilt feeling that when they sort of like, where they sort of like know that we're going to die. I think that's just knowing, and I think it's interesting because of that. So yeah, this is a good book series. Someone recommended it to me. I was like, I really Moriarty the series, and then I came back to it. So yeah, this is really good, and definitely the art is something that should definitely be given props to. It looks phenomenal. You should definitely go watch it. And yes, here you go. Here's this. Yay. If anything comes from this, I am going to mention it. So yeah, go to the Patreon, add a comment if you want to. And then another Marvel Netflix, which is going to be really good, because I think Luke Cage only got 2 series. So this is going to be weird. But yeah.
Okay. I love it. It looks. So this is a diamond, but my rank is higher than that. So I feel like that could be a lot. So I'm not gonna risk it. Okay. Got that. This is worthless. What? Why do I want to get this? Actually, no, that's probably what I need. I probably need. Don't know what that does either. Oh, wait. I prefer that. I definitely prefer that. I don't know what that does. Grayscale. Grayscale death. Okay, grayscale death. Let's check that there. That would be useful. Oh no, that's audio videos, language. We'll just keep the English. Controllers. We have this. I'm gonna keep it on mouse. Okay. Anyway. Credits. Oh no, I don't want credits. I'm gonna do a multiplayer sometimes. But I don't know when. Overall, I don't know. The father who constantly chokes out his own son. Yay!
Everyone underestimates me, but then they turn their back, and I'm like, boo!
And they're like, bleh. Also, I forgot to mention this. So I said before that I've gone through a bunch of my DVDs, and I am still going to go through them. But the one thing which I forgot to mention, I looked at the Pokemon DVD that came out, and I got this. Can I see it? Let me just tell you if I can see it, and I can like see it. Can you see it? Let me just. No, I think I can see it. I got this. I don't know if that's a good thing. I also love that realistically, it's really hilarious. You get things like Coffee Break and Corkscrew Punch, which is hilarious. I love Barney's switch between a person in AA to an alcoholic every single episode. And you think like that, and that's bad. It's partly good because one, realistically, you do switch between the two. But I love how that's not pointed out. Yet there's like, here's him being alcoholic, being like, oh yes, I'm pretending to be drunk. And then every single episode is like, and then this. So it's both, I like it because it's switching up, being like, that just switches up. The idea was like, that would be realistic. But it also means you just jump between, by the way, he's an alcoholic, by the way, he's not, he's in AA, and he's actually just drinking coffee half the time. It's very confusing. But it's very weird, the town. One or two missing people. I disagree on that, but Tesla seems like a big company. It's like the Amazon. Do you really think it was going to be able to do shit with them? I joke with that, but it's true. It shouldn't be true, but it is. Amazon is untouchable for stupid reasons, and it shouldn't be. Definitely Amazon's future. People die and Amazon does not count. Again, I joke. But I'm not. But it will soon become the future.
This is not. I guess not. Correct. But why giving me my? Because you want to, of course. Donis,
One of the Marvel Netflix series is over. Let's do this. So yeah, Luke Cage. So on Marvel Netflix, you kind of had 5 main series and then one midway through, sort of like a combined series. You had Luke Cage, Jessica Jones, Daredevil, and if I'm correct, Iron Fist. I don't know if it's Dynamite or Iron Fist because sometimes. Anyway, Iron Fist. Those 4 series. You also get the Punisher, but besides interacting with Daredevil, that doesn't really connect much. But this is because Daredevil gets 3 series, and there is a series coming up later, which is canonically later than this. You have Jessica Jones, which has 1 more series left. You have Iron Fist, which has 1 more series left. You still have The Punisher, which has 1 more series left. And Defenders only had 1 series. So this is the first one out of those groups of like Netflix Marvel that is finished. And did I think it did a good job? Because what I've heard is that this isn't liked as much. A lot of people don't like this. Which, okay, fair. But overall, I like it. It's fun. It's cool. But the one thing I do know, and I am going this slightly spoiled with something else, is that one, Danny Rage or Iron Fist is in this series for a bit. I think it's not that much, 2 episodes, so not a majority of the series, but it is still cool and it is still fun. And at the end of this, which I think gets him, Luke Cage and Danny Ryan in a bit of a fight, the person who's now in charge of sort of like the club, that was sort of like the main sort of like confrontation between season 1 and season 2, is Luke Cage, which I think is a fun idea. It's really cool. And how that worked with what's happened in this one is definitely fun. So yeah, this is definitely worth watching. It's so fun and so entertaining. So yeah, the next this stuff, nothing more to add about this, but yeah. And now, Simpsons. Yeah, this has been a while, but yeah, Simpsons. So yeah.
Marge Simpson. Okay, I love this. I love that. That's the most thing of like Homer becoming the Grim Reaper is the most funnest thing. For all your battles and all my rhymes, you have failed to perish 418 times, and I will die more. So yeah. So yeah. This is worthless! What? Why do I want to get this? Actually, no, that's probably what I need. I probably need to get Antium. Okay, so I'm just gonna open.
Okay, this is already high, so I'm just gonna use this. Cheap cardboard box. You did, didn't you? Well, there's another live. I love it. Oh, well, that's my job done.
Yeah,
Here you lose some. Why do I constantly just keep thinking? And sometimes you get burned. Yeah, I kind of think about that. I just too bad. Like you like say, oh, I can get something. Do, 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 and and I am going to fail. I feel like this is good. I'm good. Do you think this is the best modding material? Yeah, Plague Inc. The problem is, I'm bad because if you look here, I want to get Nerova, because the rest I've got silver besides a couple of the early ones. I might try a Parasite, see if I can get Parasite to gold. But then I'm going to go to here. Oh, yes. Yes, this is good. I need to see where my audio is because sometimes I'm behind. So, yes, this is good. But if this is good, or would you recommend another stuff? Because I don't know. Yeah, it is yes. So, company, speaking of which, I should transfer the rest. Done. I'm loaded! That's a lot of money. That's a lot of moolah. And yes, I shall use that word because for some reason my language is very weird. I don't know. I don't even know where I heard the word moolah before. I think it was like some film. Probably some film. Don't know where it came from. Also, I know it means moolah means money, but that's it. I don't know where it comes from, and I think it's not English. I think it's slang, but I don't know what slang. I don't know. So, you should call it tonight. I have 100 energy. That's good. Can we run through it one more time? So, Donna quit just like that. With no backup plans. She took the plunge. Okay. So, the demo. Made by Unity, which is in a lot of things. Oh! Okay, I actually do like this. Okay, so I might need to go to settings and then check. Not this. Yeah, disabled. I'm gonna see if I can change text speed so I can read, because I I know there's a thing about there being text speed, and I've also seen a bit of it. I haven't seen enough, and I don't remember enough. I do remember some of the beats, and there are multiple choices. But I don't know. Okay. Let me just.
So yeah, another one of these, which I like doing this odd way. I've done it in a while, but it's going to be a couple more things added. So we're going to do that. But this, again, I'm slowly watching The Simpsons, and slowly but surely, it is fun and insane. And I am getting to the point, because I think not yet, in the next one, because I've got 2 sets of 3, which is really bad, but the way I've done this is really weird. But to fix it, I've also added another section. I've started watching, again, this is all very weird, but I need this to say, again, weird besides the point, of Big Bang Theory. So 1, 2, and 3 might appear here. But roughly round about this section and more near the next lot is roughly when I stopped. Because I think at a certain point I'm like, I can't watch this is a sitcom. And I'm like, And I think at a certain point, there is a certain time where I just saw sitcoms as just bad, which, to be fair, isn't true. But it is a thing where I'm not a fan of just repetitiveness, and at a certain point, I have said this in a couple of my clips of my long form review stuff, which is basically the idea of and they're dead, and they're dead, and they die, which is for me a bit annoying because all you get is death, and destruction. So that is a thing. But there is some good episodes, so yeah. And then this, nothing more to add. But yeah, I'm going to carry on watching The Simpsons. There's another one of these. Again, I don't know. I started doing season 1, 2, and 3 all as one, and I'm like, fun. So I did it that way. Also, there's not really much continuity, and usually I have that as in 1 minute, so 3 minutes, 1 season each time. So I usually try and avoid doing multiple seasons nowadays, but I just carry on doing this. Another series that doesn't really have much continuity, but yeah, another one of these. I don't know why. I watch a lot of these, and I think I've sort of run out. There's no more of these, don't worry. But yeah, all of these are done. That was the last one of these sort of World War II documentary stuff. But yeah.
Oh, I love it. I was like, there's a first class? Says the person who's been to space. I would like to repeat myself, has gone to space. So you're gonna be like, oh wait, there's a first class? Yes, there's a first class. That's how class. Yes. You have done so much and meet so many people. Who cares at this point? It's really it's like Cuphead, Mugman, and Alice we got. See what that does. Value up. Oh, it does! It increases. Okay. So worst case scenario, I can get this. This is basically an investment item. I don't think I need it for the time being, though.
also forgot that. Plus one hand size. Okay, I saved this round. Put the plushie. I've got the plushie. The plushie's already been bought, so I'm safe from that. The one that... Shoot, that's bad. I used all my power! Now you can start taking bets on what animatronic will kill me. It's anything but Circus Baby. It's anything but Circus Baby. The rest is pretty simple. Yeah, probably. But yeah. So yeah, you can start taking bets on what's gonna attack me first. Or if anything. I'm surprised I'm not getting anyone. Never mind!
I bet you weren't expecting me, were ya?
Well, out of all the ones, no.
And I'm like, what's you? Ninja skills.
I just like that. What's you? Ninja skills. Oh, I love that line. Anyway. Jesus. Global warming doesn't exist. Yes, it does. Oh, when Joe, my daughter, has the same thing. She's at home and she stays there. Are you kidding me? Global warming exists. Even in this 1990, there was enough evidence to prove it existed. The fact that, like, some people... I know I'm not judging The Simpsons, but The Simpsons just bringing, like, some people who actually believe, like, the global warming doesn't exist. I don't know what you're talking about. It's like... What's... Tell me something about yourself. What? Doing an interview or something? No, I just asked you. Tell me about yourself. I'm interested. That's like the best way to start a conversation. Being like, yeah, tell me about yourself. Like, tell me something you like. I don't know. Just relax, Bailey. We're off the clock. Yeah, I know. We're off the clock. I would like to point out, I'm not gonna ask you for like your social security. I'm just being like, yeah, tell me about yourself. Tell me what you like. Because I'm not interviewing you. Because I just like that question. Tell me about yourself. Tell me what you like. Tell me what you don't like. I don't know. Wild. You turn attention to the pattern on the wall and the rest of the program duration. Did you make friends at school today? Didn't you have fun, huh? He was like, I didn't want back English new game. I like that so like weird lit. Okay, day one. Okay, this is just a demo. I wanted to try the demo before. Hi, I'm Mira. What's your name? Henry. Nice to meet you, Henry. Hi, Henry. Last time I was in a hurry, so I left my room in a mess. Could you help me? Okay, clean. Okay. Let's clean. Oh, I can only pick up one item. Okay, put that in there. Good. Yay. Thank you very much. Day 2.
So yeah, the last 2 reviews that yes, it'd be in the same day have no timestamps. This is sort of the last one of these. And this sort of like stuff is fun. I think the next one, I don't know what it will be, but it will be fun. Don't know what, but let's see. I think it's the London Olympics, which will be fun. Bet again. Nothing else to add here though, but Patreon and then the craft. But yeah. And then this, which this means we're going from 1 minute, 3 minutes to 10. Because this is going to be long. Yeah.
Okay, I'm actually going further. Ah, yeah, shoot. Ah. Okay, where I would like to get rid of this. Ah. I would like to point out that's not cheating. If they're not changing the scores, if they're not changing the scores to like something useful, that's not like Bard's fault. That's the school's fault. The school should have been updating their things better. Okay, I feel like that. Okay, I don't need jokers. Okay. Thinking. Wow, a game teaches you? Criminal. Live. Okay, so. Starting to learn 50-20. Yeah, that is one of the things that I'm like learning to do. But the one thing that I want to do before like doing like 50-20, I think this is 50-20. 50, doing all of this is on. Is it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10? Yeah, 50-20. But I feel like learning some of these first would be useful. And the first couple that I'm picking is Ladies Night, because I feel like this will be the easiest set to learn. And then I'll learn Bear Attack, and then I'll do Pay Attention, and then I'll do Creepy Crawlies,
I did all except Toy Freddy. Oh, that's interesting. But yeah, I just want to learn these, so that means I get to learn this. Great. This is gonna be hell when I try this. Okay, so multiplayer. Who wants to fight me? Who wants to fight me? Come, I'm ready to be fight. But that doesn't mean you have to end the stream, because I feel like stream sniping. Probably no one's doing that, but anyway. Who wants to fight? Who wants to fight? I'm gonna be here for 2 minutes. At his current, yeah, sure, just coming in and doing the bare minimum. Now, here's the thing, like, do I think this is fine? Yeah. Sure, you can, like, do that. Like, would I do it? No, because I like doing more. But, like, would I be fine being at a specific current position? Yes. Like, if someone's like, do you want to be manager? No, I don't. more responsibility? No. Like, I don't mind. But never letting his rate plummet, but not trying to raise it either. Some people just prefer to be on autopilot. I think he just prefers what he has. It's like fine. Like it's like having what he has, but not like wanting to improve. Like, it's fine. I wasting my time? Oh, darling. Let me move the wardrobe to another place. It's really heavy. Okay. Move the cupboard. Did I eat that one? No. Okay. Oh, I just need to I need to like do some lifting. Okay, that is 10 times better than what I thought. All I had to do was thing where, like, you lift the item, you put it down, I'm like, oh, please say that, that's not it. And then it's like, oh no, you just put the area, and then he's like, it moves! I'm like, great, never mind, 10 times better. I'm sorry, I just like how sometimes I am stupid. Thank you, sweetie. Day 33. Oh, Henry, it's been only one day, and I missed you already. I would.
I was trying to do a fun thing. I nearly actually fell into my own table. Yay! That doesn't say anything about how good this is. It's just funny that I just was like trying to do fast. And I'm like, shoot, my table's in the way. So no, don't try and run into the table. Fun fact: if you run into the table, you will hit the table. But yeah, this I think is cool. Because the idea is you have this train, and Japanese trains are pretty sort of decent. I keep hearing things about like, oh, there's this and that, and like, they apologize for like if they're delayed by even the smallest amount. And then you have us in the UK. I'm sorry, your train will be delayed by another 2 hours. I wish we had. I know there's a couple of things with certain countries that are better than others. I'm not a train person. I wish I had your train system. Please get me away. I think it's because it's all owned by the government. But again, can't comment, can't say anything. I don't know trains. Just wanted to point that out there. Because I don't know much about this train, but I do know this is cool. And I think this is the same sort of train system that they sort of showed in the Incredibles 2. I'm not 100% sure about that, but it looks the same. But that's America in a really high-tech futuristic world, and this is in, I think, Japan? I might be dumb. So yeah. Okay, one of the things which I think is good about this is that it takes place sort of like, I'm going to keep this in because why not? It takes place in the train, but that's not what I was trying to say. I tried to say something and then I said it weirdly. Anyway, one thing which is interesting is the characters. Because for the most part, besides the detectives and the train people, most of the people that you might see and interact are sort of some of the big people that are inside the train. Because obviously, if a train can't stop, because it's sort of like how I think Speed did it, where it's like, oh, you can't stop, but if you go below a certain thing, it will go. Mm-hmm. The more important storyline is the people, still on said train because they can't leave. I think compared to a bus, because this is going insanely fast, and I think the bus in the last one, I think wasn't going too fast. I might be wrong, because debatably, I'm referring to the concept of the movie, not the movie itself, because I have not watched it. So it could be like, I think it's 100 miles per hour, which I think is you can't get out of, but I don't know. Again, not important to this. But it's that sort of idea of like, the people in the situation can't leave the situation while still being alive. Well, they can leave the situation, but I don't think that's a good idea. Call me crazy. But overall, one of the major things that's important with this is during this, when they sort of leave at a certain point, when they, leave, when they go through the speeding thing, you're sort of like doing persuasion and you have the money. And I thought that was going to be a more interesting focus of like, sort of looking inside of like, how are people going to do this? It's not, but it is an interesting idea of like people trying to set the money. And it's brought up later, whereas like it's not, people aren't giving as much when they got a couple people out. And I think only 6 to 5 people are left. I say that, I think it's 6, but I'm saying 6 to 5 for a good reason. Wait. Yeah, no, it's more than 6, because I think the way I'm doing it, there's 6 passengers, 1 person still there, and 1 person at the front. So I think it's like, I think there's 5 passengers, 1 interesting, 1 conductor, and 1 of the person controlling the train. I also liked how they did it, how they did all the tricks, and how they did everything. It's so intense. And there's a little thing, I don't know why, but it sort of like shows how intense it is. Being like the bumping, the crashing, all of this stuff before it even starts. At least on the Netflix version. And I like it because it's sort of like, welcome to the chaos you're about to watch. But then, a reveal is happening. That's on purpose, I just had this and I thought that would be funny. Where, guess who's on the train? And who I've been luring to for the last couple of seconds? The person who placed, or at least one of the 2 people who did this. And it's interesting. And I like the idea that at a certain point, it's revealed. Because you see, I think this old person who's connected to the old case that this is seemingly connected to, but it's in an interesting way. So here's how it's connected. The person who's on the train who's doing this is the daughter of the person of the cop who shot the person who originally did the explosion. And she wants to do it because her father constantly takes that credit and fame and like, and it's really interesting. But I also like the fact that at a certain point, when she's like got what she wants, which is basically her dad dying through another explosion. She's fully willing to be like, do you know what? You want to sit on the farm? Make me go to sleep for a long period of time. I'm gonna use that instead. I know a lot of people are like, oh, just say this, and there's like Saku as like, oh, you're not brave enough to say it. No, I'm not risking it. I am not risking it at all. It's not because I wouldn't say that. No, I just in general. So that's nothing to do with that. That's just something I want to say. I just remembered it when I was like not being like, how do I say this? But that's an interesting idea. But you also have the person who gave her, which is basically the son of the person who did it, who's annoyed that like, because some people who are like from that area would basically want to like, it sort of seemed like he wanted to end it with his own explosion, but because the cop shot him, he couldn't. So it's like a sort of revenge on that front. And I also like the fact that at the end, the conductor's idea of like, oh, everyone's my passenger, because legitimately, if I was on the train, I'm like, I might have thought about it, because there are, I think, six passengers who I still need to look after versus one. It's messy and kind of a bit debating into morals, but it is interesting because of that. And because I think I'm running out of time, I do need to kind of do this. So yeah, this is fun, this is cool. Go and watch it. It's insane and really interesting. So I do think this is 100% worth watching. So yeah. I said I was going to be the last one in the last review, but yeah. This stuff. Yay. As again, carrying on. Now we have a bit of a shorter one than this one, but still something fun, something awesome. Yeah, this is mostly just fun, madness. I don't know. It's also, I think, one of the older ones, anime-wise. Also, it's been a while because I've got a couple of things crossing in between this. So yeah, this is still cool though. Yeah, it's basically 30 seconds left, so I'm just gonna keep on this. For some reason. I don't know. Let's do it anyway. Oh wait, no. Okay, this might go bad. Not because of it, this is because I might actually fall. So if I do this correctly. Goodbye. Good night.
Okay, let me go to Matt. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna put the lobber as A, but I'm just gonna... I'm gonna try that. See if that actually works. Hello, it's like 280s.
Glutton.
Van
How may I be of
service you. You shoot. 60%. Okay. This is hard. I hate you. You are. How unfortunate. Uh-oh, how unfortunate. I knew how much you like to fight, son. A new problem to your night. You shouldn't have. Please don't, for fuck's sake. I hate you. Oh, shoot, the bottom counts. The bottom still counts.
One way that you're not perfect, you constantly cheat and manipulate. You lie all the time. You are breaking several laws around the world. You try and like show people you love them, and then betray them, and then do the same thing over and over again. Your marriage is the second example that I would use for Stockholm Syndrome, even though realistically I don't think it was Stockholm Syndrome. But sort of in front of Beauty and the Beast. May I continue? Probably not. I actually probably am stuck. But, you know, none of which is good. All of these things are very concerning. It's like, yeah, there's all these bad things that you do. Really? I couldn't tell. It was like, you have done. I have the money coming soon. The father. With schools being high, there are like, here's the thing that I'd say with schools being high. There's some respect that I'm like, if you have good teachers, and this is on good teachers, obviously there are bad teachers all around the world, and I'm not claiming otherwise. If you have good teachers, they are worth everything. But if you have good teachers, they're worth everything. But there's like some schools who like take it extremely, and there's some schools who's like, oh, we're going to like this. There's some schools I get that for. Like if you Oxford and Harvard, I'm like, I get why they are expensive. Would I want to go do either one of them? No. Even when I was young and didn't have to deal with still being autistic and dyslexic. Like to go Valentine's school.
Hello? Yeah, how are you?
Sorry guys, my door. I know sometimes there's some times where it's like you can hear the stuff in the background, but I try and. Also, I'm going to be realistic. Besides a couple of times where I think it's perfect, I'm going to be, for the highlights, I'm going to be cutting me walking like this, because unless it has, I think, something dynamic happening, or like I looking at some stuff, like if I'm reading this, like who Miss Meta Universe, even if I'm not reading out loud, and if I'm exploring it, but if I'm just walking from this room to that room, I might cut it out. I don't know. Depends how I feel when I'm actually doing it.
Like this room here, while I'm doing this stuff, I might. It's just.
Funness and oddness. Let's get into this. So yeah, there's not a lot to talk about this because besides, I think, certain details which I like, there's not a lot of spoilers with this. So this is going to be a visual, but this is fun and this is cool and it's a bit of the one of the older animes I watched, but because of something that I would say, I felt like watching it. So yeah. So you might notice that that section was small, and that's because the main section I want to talk about is why I like it, but it is spoilers, fully. So the more description about it is going to go with a story about how I found this. There is a sort of sound on TikTok which is, oh, which one's which? Because you have these two, and they are twins. And they play off the joke of, oh, you can't tell which one is which. And there's a sound on TikTok which actually came from the show, which is, no, you got that wrong. It's like, oh no, this and that. And it doesn't go to the actual point of the episode, which is basically, there are certain things that each one of them has that sort of, this character sort of can figure out which one's which is clever. It's absolutely clever. But it has that sort of like jokey nature to it. So that's what I think is fun, because it's that sort of like sarcastic fun. And that's what I love the show. This is why it's good. It's got sarcastic fun. I can't say more than that. So yeah, watch this. This is fun, and like I said before, it's chaotic madness. And it's really worth it. And yes, this. Nothing more to add. Usually I don't do this, but I recorded it badly, so I don't want to stand back up and do it, so Devil's Plan Season 2 is next. But yeah, I hope you enjoy it, and good night.
Oh,
Ella Parker 22 joins the madness.
oh, hi. I'm playing Cuphead. I'm doing somewhat okay. Wait. I'm pouring trash over the gate. Why am I not surprised? Ah, can. Ah, this means this will add 15 chips to anything. Yay! I have done smart. I have done big brain. Woo! Wait, if discard. I am going to take a bet.
Why are you just? Because I'm trying to learn. I want to do ladies' nights, so I'm just sort of learning how each one of them works. And when I figure that out, I'll sort of like. Again, it's just more like learning and getting the muscle memory in. So I can sort of like deal with that. Okay. How unfortunate. Okay, who's here? Who's here? Who's here? Thing I found you contender in the ring. Okay. Jack-o'-lantern.
Oh, probably not that bad. Probably you can hear lighting. It's like really pouring it down there. Okay, so let's do custom scenarios. No. Single player. Official scenario. Are you kidding me? Beep you. Oh, I can't hear you. Are you whispering? Take your headphones off. My headphones? Right, what's up? Look out! What? Ah! Do not listen to your music. Yeah. Gee, how would you ever... How will we ever replace him? Pretty easily, actually. I'll get some new hires on your desk tomorrow. Hey, Daily, quick question. You weren't trying to warn him, were you? Yes, because that's my job. I'm his supervisor. I supervise. That is my job. Like, if I see something happen and it's about safety, about my own employees, guess what I do? That. That's so like you. Such a career. Don't worry. Okay. Don't think I'm able to do that. So where's the light switch? Let's see. That how. Or it could be. Oh, good light. Also, like when I did that, I'm like, yes. Find spare batteries. Okay. Okay, could be. Also, nice headphones. That's not important.
So I was originally recording this and doing it in 1 minute, but I'm gonna add a bit more. No spoilers, no this, and I'm just gonna go through this with no like timestamp. Don't worry about down bears, but the most gonna be short anyway. I love this. The only thing that I wanted to add is there is between this and also this is a while since it came out and I reviewed it, but between this and the other one, which is Genius game, which are the two sort of like games where it's one by one, so the one person gets taken off. This is also different to how it's done in season 1, which I also like as an idea. I prefer season 2 how they do like the prison games, and it's really fun. I also thought there might be a thing between the people above and people below, and they had a real game where they played head to head for something. But the idea of what they do is a lot more interesting in this than whatever I was thinking in my head because of what the intro was. Again, it's fun, it's cool, it's really interesting. I do prefer this because of the idea of the Devils game. It plays into that limited angle. Even if I love David Tennant, and I think he's the best thing for that game. But yeah, going on quicker, notes. So if you want to add anything, there's a comment section. If you want to add anything about this, about what you think, this is in my Patreon. Yay. But yeah, going back to a really long one, because I've got this. So yeah.
Six, 7, 8, 9. Straight. Whoosh. Ah, I hate this.
Yeah, but God's not doing this. One was a car, one was the cat being the cat, and one was the cat just got scared and jumped out the window. Yes, because that's true. So yeah, this is 12 minutes longer than what I was originally planning.
Okay, just added JJ. Oh, JJ. Okay, so that's what JJ does. Okay. I actually might try just going straight to Ladies' Night because I feel like that would do. So whatever happens, I might try and do that, but I need to read the others. I feel like I'm going to die. I feel like I'm running out of power. Okay, so I'm going to keep this open. So I need to keep this below 90. Try and explain some strategies. Oh, yeah. It's a pretty good understanding of the game. Okay. Wait. Okay. Okay, cool this down a bit. 3, 2, 1. 3.
Okay. Single player. Custom server. Alright, let's go horror. Let's go. I will turn everyone into Flanders. Let's go Christianity. Taking products and pushing it forwards. And even though I'm a person who I always like to improve and see if I can get better and better, but I don't want to be a manager or be more higher up, I do get someone who's like, yeah, I'll just keep it at like perfect rate, but I do get why like certain companies don't like that because, well, they want to improve constantly because, well, that companies need profit. Like, I disagree with that practice. I was on, like, Amazon, Disney Plus, you know I love Disney, but, like, all of these companies for doing, like, optimization on human lives, I think it's immoral, but there is a certain level of, like, to keep the company alive, you need to create a profit. I've been watching, like, something talking about, Are You Afraid of the Dark? I'm talking about one episode, and it's one about, like, a cinema where it's, like, can't get bigger movies, no one comes, don't have enough money, can't buy the big budget movies, and it's like a dark spiral. Okay, take battery. Okay, they might be near the notes. So, who are you? Okay. I now know I'm going in the right way. Because it has a bunch of these things here. Okay, I'm going to immediately ignore that. Okay, just checking.
Dragons! So yeah, let's do this one. So this is going to be long hell, because I'm going to do a little bit of a catch up. One. Yes, I think I have, I don't know if I reviewed any of them, but I have seen the first one, the animated one. I love how I'm calling this sort of How to Train Your Dragon 4 mentally in my head. It's like, so I have seen the first one. I know this is also How to Train Your Dragon 1. This is technically the fourth one to me. This is How to Train Your Dragon 4, but we're doing live action and it's basically the first one. Just ignore that altogether. Just ignore all of that and how you're now currently debating in your head how any of that makes sense. Yeah, good luck. But I have seen the animated How to Train Your Dragon 1, 2, and 3. I loved all of them. I've also seen some of the TV series, which I don't know is getting a thing. I don't think you need it. It is a good series. And the first 3 movies, even though it's really interesting that in the second one, I'm not going to say what. It doesn't really take much to story, so I am going to say it. The second one kind of, if you see the TV series, he has a different dragon in that than he does in How to Train Your Dragon 2. I just find that funny. I don't know if that means he has 2 dragons, because if that's the case, where did the second one go in the third movie? Or they just didn't communicate that, which I think is a more realistic answer, which is the TV series takes the first movie and that's really about it. So if you watch like the TV series, all you need to do I think is watch the movie, because I don't think they reference anything in the second movie, and I don't think the second movie referenced the TV show. So you don't need to watch it for the, and if you just want to watch the films, the first 3 movies I think are connected, and I don't think the TV show is. If you want to watch a TV show, watch it after the first one, but do be acknowledged that I don't think canonically it takes place during the other 2. Besides the point, this is not me talking about the animated one. I will come across that because I didn't think I reviewed it, and so I rewatched it so I can review it. And then, even though I did it in a very weird way because it's like there's 4 more extra reviews, like 1, 2, 3, 4, and then animated. Anyway, that's me watching it. I think I watched it roughly when it came out originally. Besides the third one, which I waited a bit, and then I think I watched it when I bought the... I don't know if I got the DVD of that one. But anyway, I watched it not in cinemas, where I think the first 2, I think. No, I think all of them I watched in cinemas. But I watched it roughly when it originally came out, and I loved it. So when someone was like, oh, by the way, they're doing a live action remake of it, especially when Troy and Goofy was talking about it, and positively, I was like, but the Disney stuff, and it's like, yeah, the Disney live action stuff is shit. Sorry, bad cough. Sorry, trying to say that slowly. But yeah, kind of. That's a bad joke. Anyway, it's not great. It's not. It's bad. And quite bad. So yeah. But I do acknowledge that. So when people were talking about this, I was hesitant, and when people started talking positively, because live action always seen as negative, the only 2 live action ones that I've seen is that I sort of like is the original Alice in Wonderland, because I like the weirdness of Alice in Wonderland, so I can deal with all like the dark broodiness of it, if it's sort of like that weird oddness to it. I know there's better versions of Alice in Wonderland in any form. Especially Alice in Borderlands, which I think is amazing, but that's, again, besides the point. You can see why the rating is a problem for me. Anyway. The other one I like is Maleficent, which I think I've said before on this style review, but I have said before, but I do love it. I do think it's cool, I do think it's amazing, and it's one of the things that I think is so cool to watch. But, so yeah, this. Like I said before, there was a reason why I was hesitant, but when I watched it, especially during the flight scenes, absolutely amazing. Don't point with spoilers, but that is so cool. And the changes I do have, which is important, but I wanted to say spoilers because several stories are sort of the same. A lot of people saying this is 1-to-1 to the animated one. Yes. Besides, Asterix is a person of colour. That's a thing. Do I think it's bad? No. It's awesome. It's one of, like, there's certain things where, like, you change certain things and, like, okay, that's different. There's some, like, the way they set it up with, like, we have come here to kill the dragons. I don't know how the second one will go. That will be fun. If they do the second one, I am going to legitimately say the second one is kind of my favourite out of the trilogy, kind of, at the animated one. I don't know. But I'll get to that when we get to that. Or we won't. I don't know if they make a second or third one. I feel like I would love it. I would actually go and see this fully. But how they use, like, oh, we're going to come together. The other thing I like, which later on in the movie, both animated and live action, they have a scene of his Toothless and we're going into the thing. But this one, which is unlike the last one, which is, again, why I watched it, because I wanted to double check it, the scene where they go in beforehand and the ships get wrecked, which is before, like, he comes back and is like, you're going to learn how to train with dragons. That scene doesn't exist. So it's like, oh, why are they so dangerous? Proof. They show them, like, destroying the boats. I do find this fun, but I do get why people are like, oh, it's a similar thing. Because when I watched the animated one, it's like, yeah, it's the same. And if you put me both in front of me, I'm not going to lie. I am going to take the animated one. Sue me. But I am going to say, this is one of the live action remakes that I look at it and I see art. I see this as awesome. And yeah, go and watch it. It is cool. So yeah, there's nothing more to add because again, I have been talking about this for a while, and besides having a connection between, I forgot the character's name, the character who's interested in Astrid, but no, it's not Fish Legs. That's the only one I remember, which is Astrid, Fish Legs, Snotlout. That's it. Snotlout has a more connection with his father, which they didn't. But I would also like to point out, they have this connection more in the TV series. So I don't know if they sort of took cues from that and then put it into this. Which makes sense, because Snotlout is more. There's a lot of character development. There's a lot of character development debatably for all of them, fully. Because it's a TV show, you can do a bit more. With what you're kind of seen as doing a bit more. I would also like to point out, the animation isn't as good, but isn't bad in the TV series. I'm honestly talking about the TV series, like, you know what it is. But it's not bad, it's just not as good compared to the animated. So yeah. Some more information. My liked. But information, go watch this. It is 100% worth it. And yeah, the Doctor Who, this is just special one because the free special I treated as different things, so I'm treating the behind the scenes as different things. Also, I might do the same thing for Disney's Plus TV series, which also has behind the scenes segments, which I might check into. I don't know. Put a question mark on that. But yeah, this is next. Which is probably going to be 1 minute, because I don't have much to say about it. So yeah. So yeah. I hope you enjoy. I hope you like this video. This long video, sorry for me doing that, but I like How to Train Your Dragon. But yeah. Good night.
Again, you look so different. Five. Move forward. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Move forward. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. $32. Yes. Let's go to town. Okay. I'm just gonna pause this real quick while I figure out what's actually going on with this, because I feel like I need to fix this. Okay, stop. Confirm. Stop it. Oh, I find that interesting. What the B? That is so dark. Where it's like, oh, that's charity because he felt like he had worth. What the? This is just so insane. Okay, is it? Okay, why does that not work? Keep cam on 2 so baby doesn't kill you. As soon as you load in the night, go through the place. You're going to place the air duct lure on the left. At 15 seconds interval, you're going to use the global mute. At 15-second intervals, try to use global music box. Turn on power generator before camera flips. Before camera flips, close the top vent. Okay. Cam 2. Low on the... Oh, wrong one. Hi. And you might notice something fun and the light. This light isn't on, but I recently got this. It came a while ago, like I think around about like Friday, but it came sort of like I think after that stream, or maybe Saturday. But I forgot. I keep doing this because sometimes I'm dumb. But yeah, I have this, and look, it's by Nick Obi, which I watch a lot of, and it's so fun to squeeze, and it's so cool. But yeah, let's continue. I'm gonna move it, but I made a sort of like sign up with a couple of DVDs in the dice box, which does have all the dice, but gaming. Oh, I am here, and now that I'm just setting some stuff up, I'm just gonna I'm doing this more and more. I've got another because I've actually started the other Lego one because I wanted to do the puzzle with Mum because she likes like jigsaw puzzles, and I thought that would be fun to do together. But the other one that I got as a present for my birthday, and there's going to be a lot of this. There's going to be a lot of this next week, and again, this is going to come out very late, and it'll be very funny. But yeah, we have Mickey. And it's got a couple different Disney movies on there, and it's really fun. So yeah, that's gonna happen. So yeah. Riley could please don't kill Riley. Not Riley. Not Riley. Riley's good. Riley's the must protect character of this game, and I will protect her. I will jump in front of her crates. Riley's like it's not a person who I'm like, oh yes, Riley. It's more like, oh Riley. No, not Asia. Riley. This is a bad analogy, but like Riley for me right now is like the it's like if you have like a dog who like it's fine, like does like all like does all the right, but then accidentally like when he hears like an odd sound, it's like she's like so. Also, why am I going he she? She's so amazing, and like please don't kill Riley. I feel the same. no, I don't want to see what's in that. I really don't. I feel like. Okay, just this. I'm leaving. Okay, okay. Nice message. Just really useful for me to just run, and I'm trapped behind the sofa. This is definitely not terrifying in the slightest.
So yeah, I'm a Doctor Who special. This is cool. I like these sort of stuff because it shows how they created it. It is fun and it is really interesting. That's really it, because it's fun, it's cool, it's interesting. Yeah. I added these in because I wanted to watch these, and then I'm like, oh yeah, I'm just gonna put them in like this. But yeah, there's not really much to talk about. It's fun, it's cool, and it's awesome. Go watch it. Update on this is what my Patreon said about this as well. But yeah. And next, a fun one with a bit of darkness. Well, more than a bit, a lot of darkness. But yeah, I'm having a trend of this, going from very long to very short, to very long to very short, to very long to very short, to very. But yeah.
I'd like to point out, most of the time, I usually give to Homer for being like absolutely horrible, but that was not his control. Because someone put you in a wrong camp and didn't allow me to leave, even though there should be a roster saying that he was not part of the camp. So it wasn't anything to do with, my control. Again, he was sort of like forced to be in a specific place, and he could not leave, even though he says like, oh, I've got somewhere else to be. And they're like, oh, of course you do. Add a red seal. Okay. Destroy 5. Oh, okay. Okay, I need to add. Destroy 1 card in your hand and add 2 enhanced aces. Destroy 1 card in your hand and add 2 enhanced aces. Oh, I don't get to choose! And I destroyed a queen. Bum, bum. Now I need 3, and he can kill me in 2, so most likely I need to steal one of the 9. Now back to 2. I feel like because he's not doing that, he's not getting a lot of good information. Nope, the next one's live, I'm assuming. Nope, that's blank. Nope, that was live. So there's 3 blanks. So I'm gonna take a bet. Okay. And just to make sure, just in case this doesn't fail, I am gonna take one of his, because that means he can't take me down in 2 shots, because he will keep... Uh-oh, how unfortunate. I know. Oh, shoot, close that. Service to you. What would be useful? I think soundproof for 10 coins. Wait, no, wait, 10 coins. Close that. I'm gonna quickly... Whoa!
Okay. Okay. Place a lure. Okay, think that will be the next one. Oh, shoot. Easy. This is easy. Okay, so... Okay, good. Stay there. Stay there. Stay back there. Stay... Look here. Look here. Look here. Look here. Boom, boom, boom. Look back here. Look 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 here. Regenerate. Look back here. Look here. Look back here. Get one more. Get here. Get this. Click there. Put power generator on. I have now done. No def. Oh. I did that before reading. Sorry. I will redo this again. Da 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 da. Okay. Okay, this. Okay, yeah, it's simple mechanics. I don't think night one makes a difference. I don't think anyone comes during the first night. Shut up. I kind of get the thing. Settled in for your first night. Okay, I don't think it matters. I know there's a meta. I think it's check here, check B2, and switch between the two. Then it's there. I think that's... Yeah, I was about to be like, if you constantly are like, I think you should do the... I like the idea where it's like, if you constantly like, oh, you have to do this, yeah. And it's like failing. It's like a great idea. Oh, this is actually a nice area. You feel better now? Did you change my heart? All along with me, surrounded by all this beautiful. You ask? You didn't seem too happy with your setup last night. I got rid of everything that wasn't important. Now, try and focus on the moment. You breathe in. Yeah, that's fair. Like, I don't need this. If I wanted to look outside, just look outside the smell. It's nostalgic, which is odd. You've never lived anywhere with a lawn. Yeah, but like, I've never lived in a farm, but if I see a farm, I'd be like, yeah, there's nostalgia, because you've probably seen like so many and like boats. What? So why did you think it was nostalgia? What's up? Allergies? Where are we? Go figuring. Everything looks fine. Just no weird graphic. This was... Hello, Henry. So we meet. I'm happy about it. I know you have questions. Like how this is possible? Well, you can see I made this special device that you can get here as soon as possible, but how you end up here is a different version of the game in which oh, that's a long story. Anyway, it's good to see you.
Okay, go to the kitchen. Okay. Okay, we're going to the kitchen. Yay!
Come make a deal with me? No? No. Oh, okay. I'm good. Bye. So yeah, the consultant. I think it's interesting. The one thing I like is that it seems that there's a sort of like demonic evil, but you could also read it as sort of just greed in a way. Like, I fully believe that this is a sort of demonic nature to it. There is a sort of evil demon to it, in a way. Does that do anything? No. You can also just take this as this sort of person who is corrupt and manipulating people. And I fully buy by that. Maybe it's because I'm like, demons, 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 and that's too obvious, and you could not. You can also take it as sort of like a more like manipulative force. I don't know. I just like that idea. I do find it fun though, of like trying to be like, okay, what's going on? What is actually happening? And I find that interesting and fun. The one thing which I would say is, and this is a bit of a thing, there's a lot of shows that I watch that by Netflix and sort of like some shows that I'm like, okay, I've seen the trailers. Disney Plus is a big thing where I watch it and do extensive things. And there's some shows, definitely by like Crunchyroll or like Prime, even Crunchyroll, I watch a lot of different types of anime. I'm usually fine with like, this is good. But usually stuff like this, I watch. And I'm like, I don't know what some of the stuff is. I don't know some of the other stuff. And some of this is just me looking at this and saying, this looks cool as shit. I'm watching it. And I saw like the consultant and someone talking about it, so I watched it. This is no spoilers, but because of that, I did not know about the demon stuff, and I don't know if this is in the spoilers. Hence why I added this section, which is not spoilers, in spoiler section, which is that it's like, oh, you see this person and he dies. And I'm like, hey, excuse me, what the And it's insane. It's the one guy. It's like, yeah, he's a genius, we got it, and all you hear is bang. What the And like, it's like, okay, what's happening here? Because I hear consultant and I see this. I thought it was going to be like a Sherlock Holmes style thing. I'm like, so I'm the consultant and I am going to debate about what actually happened about this murder. I thought it was going to be like a sort of like murder thing where a person consults, like, again, like Sherlock. It's not. What was that? Double line? No, I'm just going. It's like consultant. It's not that. It's fully not that. What it is a show where a bunch of people, the original owner dies, and a person, this person here, consults what they do afterwards by like developing a game about bridges, the incident with the elephant, and then sort of like figuring out what to do. And it's like some of the things about like the smelling of the employees, where everyone's moved, and I think it's like if people don't come into office in the next hour, if you're remote, you'll be fired, and it's so effed up. I don't know why he did any of this, to be fair, because all of it kind of is manipulative in a weird way. I don't know. It's fun, it's chaotic. I would still recommend to watch it. So yeah, like I said, I would recommend to say it, and I keep saying at the end of spoilers, I still recommend spoilers, even though I have the conclusion section, which is meant for this part. But I do have one thing. I think, even though technically speaking, the sort of like mystery of the consultant thrown out the window. We don't have it. We have season 1. We already know what's going on, right? I think it'll be fun having a season 2 of this. I don't think there is going to be a season 2. That's not the point. I just think there should be. Because at the end of sort of season 1 of the end of The Consultant, you get this company, the CEO, passed away. That's interesting. It's happened again. And you can take the people from that business of like robotics engineering and look into them having this sort of thing again, 2 other people questioning it, but then the audience would know what's going on. I don't know, it sounds stupid, but I just wanted to add it. So yeah, no updates, but this, if you want to add to this, is on my Patreon. So yeah. And next is the other season of Undone, which I had mixed feelings, but I'll get to that when I get to that. But I hope you enjoy, and good night.
I would like to point out, you can be neither of the things that Lisa just said and be afraid of needles. I don't like needles. Legitimately. Find them terrifying. The sort of like weird feeling and sensation. I don't know what it is. And it's like, babies and junkies. And I'm like, nope. No, I'm fully terrified of them. And I am neither. Because they are terrifying. Going slowly into my arm.
Wow, Frank Grimes showing up. That's weird. That's weeks ago. She's.
Oh, that's great. Jesus. It's like, yeah, I'm not a person who disses if someone wants a family life. But the fact that, like, this both says, like, oh, like, people need to, like, respect, like, family life while also being like, being like, oh yeah, you should do this. Yeah, being like, oh no, you have to have a job. You have to have this. If people want to just be a house person and like want to just have kids and look after kids, that's valid. If you want a job and look after kids, also valid. If you don't want kids, also valid. All of these are valid options as a female. Saying people can be whatever they want. Waterfall. Okay.
I'm in the kid's bedroom. And 10. There you are. You don't have to switch the camera for the power generator box. unfortunate. Uh-oh, Howard.
Okay. Okay, what's that sound? What was that sound? What the fuck was that sound? I'm sorry. I'm sorry, what? Am I going crazy? If that was a melody, like... Okay, I'm not going crazy. Very some stuff. I don't think that means anything because nothing happens during night 1. I highly doubt that.
I highly doubt people being like, I'll allow you to impersonate me in anywhere near like, oh yeah, I'll allow you to just pretend to be me and for like, were right about me. Now I just have to work at Band with the Founders. Oh, that sounds cozy. Do you runs to the EL City Finance Group. My grandma probably makes up the BP energy, huh? Oh, she's not dead. It didn't strike me as odd when I saw her accounts were connected to the trust fund. Well, can't win it all. Well, just have to make up slack. Manny, good question. Oh, she's not dead! She's not dead! Okay, that's actually a fun image. Oh, but make it like a Manny. Humming? Don't know the words, media asing, but something about the tune speaks to me. That's not not an option. Because I think that would ruin sort of the immersion. Oh, scissors. Of course I'm gonna check. Okay. Okay. You show me something, and if she asked me about like, oh, why that setup, safety. Like, you could fall on that. That's a tripping hazard. Like, I was only concerned for safety. Oh. Sit down. Okay. So this is going to be a bit of a thing. So I'm not going to talk about much about this segment because a lot of what I want to talk about overall, and the reason why this is big, is the spoiler section. Which fair, but for the quick overview, my opinions are mixed in general. So it's mixed, it's complicated. I've got a bunch of spoiler stuff. Let's go to that. So, yeah, my opinions on this is, like I said, mixed at best. I'm going to be honest and just say that with this, I'm not a fan of how they do this. Because
throughout most of it, I was fine. So I sort of go with the opinion that I just ignore the last bit. But one, as they slowly do more and more and more, the thing that I liked about season 1 was the story of, is this real or is this in her head? Is the magic of the time and this real or in her head? And I'm fine with that. Questioning it and actually having it be like, maybe it is real, maybe it isn't crazy, is a fun idea. It really looks at an interesting way, because in season 1, you could make the argument that it's all in her head and it's fully valid. You just don't make it a season 2 but I pretend a certain segment does not exist and I just close my eyes and pretend it's not real. But yeah, season 1 had that and I loved it. But how it ended kind of had it, if it had a season 2, it had to either answer that question, in my opinion, or sort of not answering it. But I think the way that they didn't answer it in this way, I did not like. Because the way that I was thinking that it would have done it is it having a sort of thing and it sort of like seeing her and it became in conflict. But obviously at a certain point you need to sort of go either one way or the other. Obviously. And the way that this did it for the first season is something's different. We're going to somewhere new. Someone's alive. Someone's this. You've got these memories. You've got all of these things of a new timeline. Okay, the magic is real. He was correct. You see this. You see that. You have all of these experiences. Wait, there's a brother. That's interesting. That's a fun character. Going back, doing this. Looking about bringing them in. Looking about talking about certain things. Wait, the sister, she's got something, not the sister, no, it is the sister. The sister, she's got something unusual. Is she? Wait, she does. It's a whole thing. We're including her now. That's interesting. Obviously, we have the boyfriend is gone and not important, but I'm fine with that, because even if you do take the ending and I just pretend doesn't exist, but I do need to acknowledge it does exist. He's not really in the series. I think he's kind of in a couple of scenes and then in the ending bit. And it's like, that's interesting. You bring in different paths. So their father's mother. And you bring those in. And it's really fun. And it has conflict, interest. It's really interesting of like, he doesn't want to change things and it's fun and dynamic. And then the whole season was just apparently maybe a dream sequence. Or not. Or another timeline. Yeah. This is not what I liked. Because I'm a person who I like theorizing myself. And the one thing I think a lot of people can tell is if the whole thing, and yes, I know, I had an anime about a Gundam child that I said was in her head, but I actually had evidence for that. Because she woke up in real life. And even then, I claimed I didn't like it. I didn't claim it was a good thing. I liked the series because all the other stuff was amazing and that was just a cliff note. It was like 5 minutes at the end of the episode and it was very questionable about what it actually meant in the bigger picture. It could mean something completely different. But in this, it's here's a portal that goes out to the other timeline. We're going to go to that other timeline and I'm going to go back. So either timelines are real and she can jump between them. If that's the case, why not just be like, hey, come into this one. This one's better. Because if, again, most of the series, I like the characters. They were cool. They were interesting. And then, who cares? It probably isn't real and not important and it doesn't affect anything if it's a season 3. Bye! It's essentially everything's a dream theory. So yeah. I know I'm getting heated over something that's not really important, and I fully acknowledge that. but it's just a Dream Theory type ending of like nothing matters. There's what essentially happens, and there's another game which I am thinking, which is it's like the D-Mail. I forgot the actual name of it, where like he sort of like goes back, and you have the first game that sort of deals with it and ends it, and you have the second game which essentially takes place in between, just after a certain point and just after the ending. So overall, you can play the first game and it doesn't matter. And the reason why I don't mind that is because it kind of implies that the characters still exist in a sort of way. So they do have some sort of impact, but it's not as much, and it's kind of weird. But I like it because I like the D-Mail system and it's a video game. And also it was kind of hinted at in the first game that like timelines, and that deals with time travel, which is a lot more interesting and fairer to do with like absolute bit stuff. I still kind of find that a bit interesting, but it's like, oh, essentially like you could play the first game and the second game just fun filler. Some choices are really interesting because of character choices, but overall the first game kind of shows the ending already. The choices were already made. It's more talk about how it went to that end, which is fair. But with this, is essentially you could watch season 1, go to the end of season 2 just as she's about to go back to her original timeline, and then be like, oh look, it's fine, and you would not miss anything in season 2 because technically none of this matters. I'm sorry, but if you build all of these characters up, all of these things, for instance, is there a huge thing about anything to do, any of her Roman season 2 correct about her sister in this one? Who knows? Do they have a secret half brother? Probably, maybe not. I don't know. Is any of the thing that the conflict between the father and his mother anywhere near correct or relevant? Probably not. Or you can say the same with the others, but that was still persuading maybe it's not real. The whole thing was debating if it was real. That was a debate. Is it real or is it fake? Are we doing this magic or is this all fake? And that was the drama. Is it real or fake? This is the whole subplot is fake, who cares? So yeah, I know that's a bit of a downer, but it's just Dream Theory. And I don't like it. It's souring every single time I do think about it. But yeah, let's move on. Yeah. Here's the Patreon. And the one thing I'm going to quickly add is, even though I'm saying it with this, if there's any comments either in TikTok or this, I will just keep an eye on it. So yeah. For something I don't have sour taste, to something I think is one of the best, and I will stand by it, best DC character, period. Wait, where's the book? I can hold it up. I actually got this from TikTok. There was a channel that was like comic books that you would recommend, and someone recommended me this. I was also like, it's a bit weird, it's a bit worn out, but that's the point. We're going to talk about this. Yay. But that's tomorrow, not today. So yeah, I hope you enjoy this video. Even though I was the most Debbie Downer that I'll probably be, sorry about that. But I hope you enjoy, and good night.
I'd like to point out, I hate the idea that, like, certain shows treat patriotic as things like, you have to be, like, a certain, like, oh, you have to care. Like, he just showed his butt to an American flag, which, yes, I understand why that is disrespectful. It's the same thing with, like, the UK, and it's like, that is one thing that you could say is disrespectful. But the idea that it's like, oh, if you, like, disrespect anything about your country unpatriotic, one, you. Two, I could just say so much about the UK and fully think it's stupid. And it's free. It's one of those things where it's like, and then It's just so stupid.
Okay, I'm gonna do this because. I just love it. I am Iron Man. Da, 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 da. Iron Man. This is fun. Ah, I like this card. Does nothing. I don't like you. I'm done. I'm done! Yes. No, because this is sloth. Thank you. Give me my money. The first couple of minutes will just be me playing a sloth and then just, you know, getting money and then winning. And what do you mean? Okay. Oh, 45 shells. 2 doors kicked in.
I can do anything because no one's usually coming out during night 1. So yeah. Let's do roll. I'm going to roll something, and if you're in the stream, comment. If you're not on the stream and then watching this on YouTube later or in one of the clips that I can do, predict what this number's gonna be. Go ahead. Alright. The beep. Okay. I'm gonna put that on hold. That I think changed. Oh. Okay, someone has moved. Bonnie. Also, 11, 19, 1, 4, and 20. So I got a nat 1 and a 20. Okay.
Wow.
Test. I think it should work now. Yeah, I've been watching Ironheart, that's all I've said. So yeah. Didn't change that much. Also, an oopsie on this. Okay. Then it should work because there's no sound until usually this bit. But yeah. Yep. Continue. thought you were being honest. This is what. Okay, the bathroom was here. Yeah, I figured as much. So for some reason the bedroom's gone. Okay, what's this room here? Oh, did the bedroom move place? Because it was right next to the bathroom. Okay. Simpler idea. Okay. Oh, also, I think the room was made bigger because this definitely feels bigger to what the room was. But I think that's because 2 people, maybe? Also, I don't know if this implies that she's in a school. I don't know. Or, probably, it could have.
This! I'm gonna do this! This is cool! This is amazing! Let's do this! Sorry. So yeah, I like this. This is so amazing. So, the one thing, which I don't know how long this will be, it probably won't be as long as yesterday's, but probably will be at least a bit, is I used to follow a TikTok who was like, oh, you didn't know these are like comics books that I would recommend. I don't remember them, but because of it, one of the books that they recommend was Harleen by, I'm not going to pronounce it because I'm going to mispronounce it. Because this is a little bit different to what you have in nowadays, which is basically, rather than the Joker fully in the current version, including like the Harley Quinn animated series or the Injustice, it was she had a little bit of odd tendencies when she was younger and had this sort of thing. This has a more, in a way, how I think it was originally, which was that she was not as crazy as more modern depictions. And I'm not saying that's good or bad, but the reason why I like that is the way that this depicts it is a slow descent into madness. Because obviously, you can kind of tell certain things, but I'm going to give that vague, but you can get why. But the one thing I am going to say first is, I don't say this too much, but because of this, I love the way that certain things are panelled in certain ways. And I also like how the art is also done, which I also think is a really good idea. How certain things are like drawn and wherever things are put, I think is fun and super creative. It's super fun in that way. But the one thing which I like about this book is, yes, the main focus, surprisingly or not, is about Harleen Quinzel and her communicating with the Joker and turning into Harley Quinn, which is an interesting story about slowly trusting someone. Because, again, this is on the back and I always forget this is here, but it's true. Behind the painted smile, which I think is a good way to describe this book. The Joker is putting on this thing to trick her. Which, legitimately, I'm not going to be like, oh, it's because of da-da-da. He is a psychopath. He does not care. And it's really interesting about Story in the Chaos, but the one thing I also like, and it says it, I think, there's a specific point that I like that has a specific interaction with 2 characters. No, it's not. It's way before that. It's at a certain point. I am trying to find it because I do sort of like it. it's Harley Quinzel meets with Harvey Dent, and the one thing I like is this sort of one blur, which is sort of, because this is sort of written retrospectively, sort of written as the story moves forward, but there's some points where like it's on looking back on it, including this line, which is it's kind of funny, all of our big words and moralization, and yet within 5 months we would both become murderers, because Harvey Dent becomes Two-Face and Harley Quinzel becomes Harley Quinn, which this deals with both of them, how they both fall into these bad temptations, which I think is clever, putting a parallel. Because Harley Quinzel is about being open and trying to listen to people, but Harvey Dent is a person who's about putting the law to the letter. And Harley Quinzel falls into sort of being a murderer through trying to empathize with, the Joker, who's, again, a psychopath. Supposedly. I'm not a psychologist, don't take my word as law, but most depictions put it that way. Harvey Dent goes down because he's too strict on the law. And it's really interesting because of that. Two people falling to darkness. So yeah. Because of all this, I don't have much to say. Read it, it's really fun. Obviously, I've got the more hardcover book, but it is really fun and really worth it. So yeah, again, this, nothing more to add. If you want to add stuff to it, there you go. So yeah, a while ago, I think 4 whole reviews ago, I mentioned that I rewatched, because I didn't originally review How to Train Your Dragon. So then, after I watched the live action one, I watched the animated one again. We're gonna do that. Let's go there. So yeah, that's what's gonna happen. I'm gonna watch that. Not watch it, I'm gonna review that. So yeah. I hope you enjoy and good night. Sorry, I didn't add this and I wanted to add it now.